So Planet Wisp Modern had the Rocket Wisp. Planet Wisp Classic has the Spike Wisp. Now, in colors, the Spike Wisp is pretty broken, but also in this game, it's even more broken.
Of course.
Yes, of course. Starts off pretty normally, just some platforming. Don't even need that Spike Wisp since I have the Thunder Shield. I could just jump up here. Oh, got the jump. That's kind of weird. Okay, good. Okay, so here I'm going to pick up the Spike Wisp, take the top path. Yeah, purple spikes.
What is going on?
Okay. Oh yeah, I should explain. The spikes allows me to cling to walls.
Oh.
Yeah. Silly me not explaining that. Okay, so now if I activate the Spike Wisp on a corner, the game sort of freaks out and doesn't know where to put me because I keep transitioning between the two corners and it throws me inside the wall. So now I'm on the inside of the wall and I jump to the next part of the stage. Yeah, so now I'm further into the stage, but that's not the crazy part.
Of course not.
Yeah. Okay, so if... Okay, you'll just see what happens here. Oh, that's not good. That's not what I wanted to happen. Okay. Let's try that again. There we go.
What? Through the texture.
No. So what happens is basically classic Sonic is supposed to be just 2D, but like in most classic games, they use loops to transition between 2D planes. So in that case, there was a loop there that I actually jumped, and I jumped at just the right time so that I actually stuck onto the front of the loop because it's transitioning between the 2D planes.
Oh.
And so if I jump, I cling onto the front of the loop, and then when I jump off, the game throws me forwards, so like sort of into me, out of the screen. And then the game freaks out, doesn't know where to put me, and if I just travel right, it just continues out of bounds until the Spike Wisp disappears, and then it just throws me back into the 2D plane. And I use that to just break into the end of the level.
Cool.
Alright. So this is Silver from Sonic 06. It's no use. Okay, so the first hit's very simple. Now I actually want to slow down here because I need him to pick up certain chunks of debris. And if I let him pick up the correct ones, I'll only have to homing attack 2 of them. That's good. Yeah. Oh no, that was bad timing. Okay. So that time I had to homing attack 4. Lost a couple seconds. Now I still need to keep slow because if I go too fast, he'll do different attacks in different sections. So I want him to do this attack where he throws the 3 things at me. That's good. Okay. Next attack he's going to do is charge at me with like a ramp of cars. Jump and hit him. Okay, next hit, he's going to wait a bit and then just pick up 1 piece of debris. This debris can be kind of finicky. Sometimes Sonic will get stuck on homing attacking it. Okay, that's fine. So that's 1 hit. So 1 more hit left to go. He's going to do his ultimate attack called Meteor Smash. Looks very impressive.
Oh.
But unfortunately, I'm too fast for it. And then I just hit him once more, and he crashes into his own. Okay.
I just have one quick announcement.
Yep.
Right after this game, just remember everybody, we have Sonic Heroes, and there is a bid war going on. Make sure you get in those donations before the game starts, because we kind of need to know what team is going to run. And just a quick update on the top 2 teams. Team Rose is at $1,705.92. Team Dark is at $1,453.41.
Oh, wow.
So,
Wow, that's
and Team Sonic and Team Chaotix are really messing up here. So you want
Lost
to
cause.
see, you want to see those two. I hope you got like $1,500.
If Dark wins, you need all those
But if Rowan's wins, you see a better one.
Alright, so this is the Flame Shield challenge. It just gives me a quick air boost. Unfortunately, I lost my Flame Shield at this specific point, so that's going to cost a bit of time. Jump here. Good. Okay. Made some sort of cycle. I lost a couple seconds, but recovered well. Okay, pick up this key. Alright, so this next challenge on Rooftop Run is called Endless Boost. So it gives me an infinite amount of boost, but the side effect is that I can't collect any rings. So if I get hit, like it looks like I collect the rings, but my ring count stays at 0. So if I get hit here, it's instant KO. I can actually do a very risky trick where I go through 2 bombs, which we'll see here. Straight through, nice.
What?
Okay. It saves literally 0 time, but it looks cool.
It's a swag strat.
Yeah. Okay. Now I have to catch Blaze. Yeah. The game gives me 40 seconds. I don't really need 40 seconds. And it's done.
Oh, okay.
Very quick challenge. Okay, so there's actually a platform cycle in the hub world that I have to make. Okay, good. Ooh. Okay. Fine. Okay, so penultimate boss, Egg Dragoon from Sonic Unleashed. I have to do my series of attacks in a very specific way in order to defeat him the fastest. So there's 2 different sections. There's a 3D section and a 2D section. There's actually 3 different sections, but there's a 3D section and a 2D section. So in this 3D section, I'm going to do I'm going to hit him in a specific way, so that in the 2D section, instead of just getting 1 hit at one time, I could actually get up to 3 hits if I chain them correctly. But I have to do this 3D section perfectly. Okay, hit him here. Nice. Gonna boost, then let go of my boost about now, and hopefully I could chain 3 hits on him here. 1, 2. Oh, okay, I only got 2. It's a shame. If I got all 3, then I'll actually be skipping all of this and go straight into the freefall section, which is the 3rd section I was talking about. Oh. Okay. Okay, so now going to go into a free fall. Just going to get 2 hits here. Really straightforward. Okay. Okay, so he has 1 more hit left, so I'm going to go back into the 2D section, and he's going to do his, like, I don't know what to call this attack.
Oh, okay.
All I have to do is just wall kick up him, and hit his weak spot.
Okay.
And that's that done. So, with that done, there's only 1 more boss left, Time Eater. Now, Time Eater can be a bit of a pain, because
Let's switch.
You have to get a series of attacks on him, and if you miss one of those attacks, it could waste up to like 2 minutes, because he does this really annoying attack where he slows down time, and I just don't want him to do that. If I hit him quick enough, he won't do that attack. So first of all, I have to put in all 7 of the Chaos Emeralds, which I got from defeating the bosses. Oops. Ooh, that was a mistake.
Do I have time for a donation or 2 while you're doing this?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. We have $20 from the Standard Nerds. Between AGDQ and Extra Life, this world is seeing what gamers can really do. Keep it up, guys. Put this towards playing as Tails in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, because Super Tails is OP. We have $5 from Hyrule Forever. My aunt survived cancer a long time ago, and I love what you guys are doing. And let Werster decide where these $5 go. So I guess we can find Werster. We'll get him $5. 20 from Samuel Peterson. My granddad passed away from cancer, and my mom is still recovering. I believe soon we will beat this awful disease.
And this cutscene takes a sweet time.
Yeah. It's all fancy and everything, though.
I mean, who doesn't like flame wheels?
Okay. Ooh. That was kind of slow. Okay. So yeah, this boss, it's not a very difficult boss. It's just one of the hits. It's very crucial that I get a specific hit. Otherwise, it's going to lose a lot of time. So this first hit is just very straightforward. Just want to boost into him. So there's two different sections. There's you can be in 3D with modern Sonic like I am now. Or you'll see that I can be in 2D as classic Sonic. And Time Eater can switch between 3D and 2D as well. Okay. So I'm going to wait a bit. And then switch to 2D and boost here. So I wait a bit because the way the tunnel curves, it's actually faster to just wait because I could now take the inside path. Okay.
The voice acting is too good.
Yeah. Okay, so here I'm going to switch to 3D as soon as the screen fades to white, and that's going to throw me out of bounds. Then I want to switch back to 2D, and this is the hit that's very crucial that I get very quickly. Okay, good.
Nice.
That went well. Sometimes you'll either go too far and end up behind him, and then he'll just switch back into 3D, and I'll just lose a lot of time. That went perfectly though. Now his final hit. Time ends as soon as it switches to the cutscene. So, time now.
Hey, under the estimate.
Yeah, at the beginning of that run didn't start off too well, but the ending went pretty.
But it's
pretty
okay because he got his hot dog.
good. Yes. Oh, okay.
His time travel hot dog.
I can really go for one of those.
This cutscene's pretty funny. But yeah, that was Sonic Generations. I hope you enjoyed it.
104.46.
All right, now with Sonic Generations, everybody.
Where does somebody put all those gold rings? You know what? I don't know. I keep forgetting to ask.
It was great teaming up with you. Hope you learned a few tricks that'll help you out in the future. I mean, the past. You know what I mean. Dude, sweet! And you're only gonna get better!
There's our ride!
Hey, Sonic! Enjoy your future! It's gonna be great!
So remember, everybody, all of your donations are going directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. And the Prevent Cancer Foundation is the only nonprofit in the U.S. that solely focuses on cancer prevention and early detection. Each year, more than 1.6 million Americans alone are diagnosed with disease. and more than 500,000 die from the disease. However, research shows that up to 60% of cases and more than 50% of deaths are preventable with what we know now. The Prevent Cancer Foundation focuses their efforts in research, education, outreach, and advocacy, with over $138 million invested over 29 years. So that was Sonic Generations. Up next is Sonic Heroes, which we have a bid war for. So make sure you get your bids in as early as possible, because right before the game starts, we're going to cut that off. Right now, Team Rose is still in the lead at $1,715.92, and Team Dark is at $1,473.41. Read a donation or two here while I can. And we have $10 from BC Ryman. Says, keep up the good work. Great cause. First time I've watched you live, but seen a ton of old runs on YouTube. $20 from Stupid Fox. Long-time watcher, felt kind of guilty for not donating. Lost my dad to cancer when I was 18. Keep speeding, guys. Closing there. Okay. The bid war for Sonic Heroes is actually being closed now. So apologies. Hope you got all your donations in. We'll get the final count, and I'll announce it when it's ready. Okay, and it's official. We will have Team Rose for Sonic Heroes. So get ready to see some action with Big the Cat, Amy Rose, Green the Rabbit. I think those are three, and it's going to be a great time. Okay. And we're going to have a quick commercial break. And then when we come back, I'll get back to announcing. Red Fox. All right, we'll okay. All right, and we're back. So once again, the winner for Sonic Heroes is going to be Team Rose, and that will be run by Darkspinesonic. In the meantime, let's get through some donations here. We got $20 from Cleesby. Great initiative. One can never have enough cancer prevention. And we have a $25 donation from Pasta. Keep up the good work, you guys. My father is a lymphoma survivor, and I can happily say that he's healthy today because of the efforts of people like you. Thank you for all that you do. You're very welcome. $50 from Smart But Worthless. Good work, everybody. This goes out to my mother, who is a breast cancer conqueror. Thank you for buying my first Nintendo 1 drum set, and thank you for your love and support while I fight depression. Always save the animals. $30 from Hess Snake. These Sonic runs have been my favorite part of the marathon so far, so what better time than now for my first ever donation. You guys are doing an awesome thing for an awesome organization, so keep on keeping on. $20 from TAC. Let's show cancer the real superpower of teamwork. $30 from Gabriel B. Hey guys, while my grandpa's cancer has been detected really early, others might not have had the same luck. Shout out to all the streamers, keep entertaining us the way you already do. Good luck and have fun. And $20 from Buttered. Finally got to donate live during a marathon. I'm in awe as to how you guys are able to outdo yourselves year after year. Put this towards the Bashi 100% run, even though it's not as good as Sonic %, but it's a start. And just as a reminder to what you're watching right now, this is Awesome Games Done Quick. And Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live communities. And SDA, the Speed Demos Archive, hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning, planning, and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit their website at speeddemosarchive.com. SRL, Speedruns Live, is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They're also hosting a short series of races starting January 17th titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. And for more information about Games Done Quick, you can follow at Games Done Quick on Twitter and see information about the event at gamesdonequick.com. And just a message from one of our sponsors, Something Artistic. So somethingartistic.net offers decals and stickers made to decorate your consoles, walls, computers, and more. $2 from every decal sold this week is being donated directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can find all their decals, including some designed just for AGDQ, over at decal.ly. That's decal.ly. Also, another way to donate to our cause is to go and get yourself a Humble Bundle. You can check out the Awesome Games Done Quick bundle on humblebundle.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting the Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's on humblebundle.com. We have $60 from Pira. Hey guys, is there a better way to support such a great cause than playing video games together? There isn't. A friend of my family lost 3 husbands and 2 of their children over the course of the last 14 years. 3 of them died from cancer. I wish I could give more, but at the moment I can't. Good luck to all the runners. Well, all of your donations are very appreciated. We are getting all of your donations, although not all of them will be read. We do have a limited time, and there's just way too many donations to go through. But we are getting them all, and we appreciate them all. So thank you very much, guys, for supporting this cause. And we had $25 from Kanji. My grandmother was diagnosed last year with lung cancer. It's very weird how something you previously gave no attention can change everything. You guys could be saving her with what you're doing right now, and for that I thank you. Okay. And we have $50 from Tom7. Keep being awesome. We will. $100 from Lucas Arlander, or Arlocker. Sorry about that. Thank you. And $20 from, I guess that's Jean Belliot, or Jean Belliot, sorry. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? There we go.
All goes English.
Ready? All right, on go. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is Sonic Heroes for the Nintendo GameCube. The GameCube being the better of the console versions. There's also a PC version, but that seems like it's on an earlier build than the console version, so it plays quite a bit differently. This game basically has 4 different teams, and all the 4 teams play differently in some regard, but Team Sonic plays similar to Team Dark. Team Rose plays somewhat similar to Chaotix, but the differences between Rose and Chaotix are quite a bit different compared to Team Sonic and Team Dark. So what you're going to be seeing today is a Team Rose speedrun, and when you speedrun Team Rose, they actually have the most stages in the game because they also have to go through the tutorial, which you would think is the easiest stage to optimize, but it's actually one of the hardest ones to optimize. So I'm going to talk about a bit of the mechanics in this game while I'm going through the tutorial. Every team has a speed character, a flight character, and a power character, and their roles are pretty much what you would guess. If you're trying to go fast, you want to be speed, you need to power through enemies, you use power and other obstacles, and if you need to stay safe or fly, then you use flight character. Now there are a few interesting exploits that I'm going to be using with Team Rose, one of which you're going to be seeing me use quite a lot, and that's whenever you see me do a belly flop that's big, and after the belly flop you see me switch to Amy. What that allows me to do is that downward momentum is then converted into a horizontal momentum, which allows me to build up a lot of speed really quickly. Now, Team Chaotix also has access to this move. Team Sonic and Team Dark, however, do not, but they have an easier way of building speed in the fact that they can do a slide kick as their ground action versus Team Rose, which only has the worst ground move. That ground move being Amy's spinning hammer. If you do Amy's spinning hammer attack, then that makes you lose pretty much all of your momentum. So you go to a standstill. Which kind of sucks because there's also another nice mechanic in this game known as Rocket Excel that kind of replaces the spin dash. When you do a Rocket Excel, you get a huge boost in speed. However, you have to rely on your teammates for that to work out. And your teammates love to troll you when you try to go for a Rocket Excel. And if you whiff a Rocket Excel, you'll do your ground action, which for Team Rose is the worst one that you can possibly get. So if you can anticipate it, it's cool. If not, you're going to lose all of your speed. Now, at the beginning of Seaside Hill, I'm going to do this trick where I get a lot of speed from a Rocket Excel and do Amy's spinning hammer attack. And if you noticed, I did a mid-air jump. The reason for that is because every team has a grounded attack. Team Sonic and Team Dark is a slide kick. Team Rose is a spinning hammer attack. And Team Chaotix, there is a ninja star thrown by SBO. While you're doing that move, since it's supposed to be ground-based, you are actually allowed to jump even if you're in midair. And while you're in midair, your speed doesn't drop nearly as quickly as it does if you were on the ground. So it works out relatively well because of that. One other thing that I'm going to point out is when you do Big's belly flop, you can also cancel it without switching to the speed character and still get your speed if you cancel it with an umbrella. But the timing on that is quite a bit more strict. But in some situations, that is going to be the better option over switching to the speed character because I'm going to need to either A, keep access of the power character, or B, switch over to the flight character. Which in this game, switching from speed to flight is kind of buggy, whereas switching from power to flight generally works out every time. So that's the way to go. And this is looking like a decent Seaside Hill. Could be better, could be worse. Now, the next stage coming up is Ocean Palace. Ocean Palace, you're going to be seeing quite a bit of the belly flop canceling that I just mentioned not too long ago, where I'm going to belly flop and then attempt to do an umbrella. Then I'm going to have to jump immediately after that so that I don't bonk into the wall, which wastes about a second or so if it happens. That's going to allow me to break open these doors, which take 2 hits instead of 1, in the fastest way possible. So you're going to be seeing a bit of this. It's actually one of my favorite stages to run through. So one of the really important things about Sonic Heroes when it comes to speedrunning is having a lot of control over each formation, because each formation plays quite a bit different than the other. these are the doors that I'm talking about, where you get a double cancel or a cancel into a jump. And a lot of these rocket excels that you're going to be seeing me do in the game, I'm confident that they're going to work, which is why I go for them. They don't always work. And sometimes it can lead to really bad things, but most of the time it's perfectly fine if you don't get the rocket excel to go through. Now coming up is a trick that you're not going to be seeing for quite a while after I do this, but it is a really entertaining and really broken trick. It is quite limited, but the number of times it just works out in your favor is pretty astonishing. Okay, so if you didn't know, even though Big's the power character, he can also fly. Now, now if you're wondering how this is happening, similar to gravity control back in Sonic Adventure 2, you can actually manipulate your gravity when you go through loops and inclines and things of that nature. Now, if you cancel your belly flop frame perfectly, then what will end up happening is you will not have your gravity shift in the slightest, which is perfect, because you can do a frame perfect belly flop cancel if you continue to hold on to the B button and tap the A button. So all you have to do is belly flop, cancel, and then do another belly flop before your speed drops to the point where Big will plummet and gravity normalizes. So that trick you won't actually be seeing quite a bit until a bit later in the run, but it's going to make a return. So yeah, Team Rose has the most broken story of the bunch. Has a number of cool tricks, some of which you don't actually use in the run, and a number of which you do use. So this is the first boss fight that we have. This is Ed Calk. It's a pretty simple boss. Now, normally you're supposed to go forward and chase him down, but instead I'm going to go backwards and grab this invincibility. And if I go back far enough, then he should... Okay, he didn't go to the center, but that's fine. I can just bait him to coming back this way. And now he should go to the center. Nice. I'm going to get some extra damage up here. And I should be able to defeat him before this invincibility runs out. There we go. Could have been better. Ideally, you would want him to land the first time he charges after you, but second time is fine. Now, in this game, whatever rank you get doesn't actually affect real time or game time, so it's perfectly fine if you get A ranks, which is a good thing because there are going to be a lot of A ranks for Team Rose, because a lot of their stages you get more than enough points just from time bonus alone if you finish quick enough. So next up we have the next zone or area, and it's going to be Grand Metropolis. Grand Metropolis has a few neat skips in it, but for the most part there will be some waiting, because despite the fact that you can phase through a number of doors in this game, in Grand Metro, these happen to be the thickest or second thickest doors in the game, so it's really difficult to clip through them, so I'm not going to be clipping through them. I think actually the only one you can clip through somewhat reliably is the first one that I have to open using two switches as big, but just going to open them up the intended way. So similar to any Sonic game, or most Sonic games I should say, rolling down inclines is faster, so that's what we're going to go for. In this section I'm supposed to actually hit this switch and defeat an enemy, but you can clip through, do a spinning hammer attack, and jump over the pit. That's cool. That was interesting. Some trick rings coming up, just going to jump over those instead because that's faster. Now after I go to this loop to corkscrew, there is going to be a room filled with a lot of enemies that I'm supposed to defeat in order to lower it, but instead you can actually clip through this bridge and continue on if you do it properly. So you want to start a flight, get under, and clip right through. That's good. So of the teams, Team Rose is generally the team that doesn't have to stop too much. This stage, as I said earlier, being an exception because of doors like these. You have to pretty much feed them energy, and then they'll open up on their own accord. If there are any donations, now would be a good time for maybe 2 or 3.
Okay, great. We do have one from J. Rar for $20. Second-year viewer and first-time donating here for helping a good cause. It's my turn to help out Sonic Heroes Support Team Rose. Let's stop cancer from being bad, and remember, Drybird is always watching. Good luck to all. Have a Sonic-tastic day. We have $20 from Jessica. Thank you all for supporting a great cause. My grandmother and best friend battled cancer for 40 years before it eventually spread to her brain from one of several places. She passed away last March. This donation is in her honor. Best of luck to other families out there. And we also have $25 from Straylo. First time watching AGDQ live and loving it. Lost an uncle to bone cancer a few years ago and glad to give back in some way towards a great cause. Thanks to everyone involved with the event. Keep up the awesome runs and save the animals.
Nice. Okay, so now we get our first rail in the game. And you'll notice that I'm switching between speed and power. This is because when you press the B button, you actually get a boost of speed. But there's an animation that follows that. You can cancel that animation by switching to any formation. However, the flight character makes you go slower. So you only transition between the speed and power characters. Now, it gets to a point where using it doesn't actually affect much. So it's more or less used as a way to build up your acceleration to top speed, more so than gaining a lot of speed in the process. So next up, we have Power Plant. Power Plant has one pretty neat trick at the beginning, but it's really difficult to do. It's the elevator skip. If you get it optimally, you save about 12 seconds. And there are some ways to save it depending on what happens, but you can only save it sometimes. So by doing a thunder shoot when I go through these, I actually get my flight back. I'm gonna have to land back down, so that wastes about 4 seconds or so. And then you can actually defeat these enemies, and if you get a good flight, you will make it, but that's the hard part. Depending on when your flight meter runs out, the closer your acceleration upwards is to your flight meter running out, and that's a zip, so that's really nice. But the closer your flight meter is to depleting when you accelerate up, then the higher you will go when that happens. So you can try to time it or you can spam either way. Try to like time it and spam because you might get an extra one in there that'll save it. But yeah, pretty finicky trick. Not too much of a big deal if you miss it. Definitely one of the trickier ones. Ooh, that's not good. Got to beat this enemy. Now we're at the end of the stage. It's going to be a lot of big plays going on. Oh. Alright, so we just make it back up here. Big, cancel, umbrella. Then we just home and attack our way to the end. Could have been better. Most definitely could have been better. Could have been a lot worse though. Alright, so next up we actually have our first team battle in the game. There are 2 team battles for every team. This one in particular, there's a really nice way of dealing with Team Sonic. I'm hoping that I get it. If I don't get it, if I have to restart, the AI might change up how they react to me. But I'm not going to say what happens if I get it. You will see what happens. It's a really neat way of dealing with them, and I'll explain after. All right. So it's important not to hold on to anything when it starts up, otherwise you will sabotage it. But now is a good time to go for it. Nice. Okay, so okay, so basically what happens, they are programmed to avoid whatever attacks you do, but they do take in consideration where they are on the stage. However, for Team Sonic, it's programmed so that if you attack at just the right moment, he will jump over you, anticipating that he's going to land, but he'll overshoot it. And most of the time, his teammates will follow him, but sometimes Knuckles will stick around and make your life miserable. Now, what Talon was talking about earlier with Sonic games is sometimes they place you in weird locations when they do cutscenes. Right now, I'm actually at the very end of Casino Park, but when the stage starts up, I'm going to go to the beginning. So. Alright, so for Casino Park, this is where we start introducing pinball mechanics, but this only sticks around for this zone, so it's this and the next one, which is Bingo Highway. So right now I'm just going to use flight to go down here because there are 3 blocks in the way, but I don't have to deal with them. if I land in flight formation because everyone will go over them. Now coming up here, there's this neat little trick that you can do with this gong, which I'm gonna go for. Now it is frame perfect, so if I'm too early, I die. If I'm too late, it just doesn't happen. And that's what happens if you're too early. So I'm dead. If you're too late, it's better to be too late than too early, obviously. It saves about 4 seconds, give or take. But there you go. That's what happens if you get it. That allows you to skip having to go around this entire roulette. And it ensures that you can bring everyone to the end for this final trick, which is... sometimes it's a hassle, but hopefully I can get this. So, I might be too low. That might do it.
That looks good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have no idea what happened... Okay, so if you notice when I've been switching members throughout this run, they come to where I am. However, when you're on the pinball table, it flips it. You go where they are. So what I did was I did a thunder shoot to Amy and Big. Big usually misses it. Amy usually lands up there. But I basically launched Amy to the goal ring, which you couldn't see, but it was on the other side. And then I continued to hold up so that Amy would get enough distance because she had the flight properties. And from there, I switched, hoping that she would be on the goal ring, and indeed she was, so that was really nice. And next up, we have Bingo Highway. Bingo Highway has two neat tricks in it. One actually involves exploiting the way draw distance works in this game, and the other one is a door clip. So hopefully Cream gets launched forward when I land here. If she does, I can show it, and she didn't. Basically, what was going to happen is that draw distance in this game is always based around the leader. So, for example, if I were to switch to Big, who is really far away from a block, whereas Cream is about to run into that, say at block, then she will actually phase through it, or it'll seem like she phases through it, but however, you basically despawn the block and then you just switch right back to her and all is good. But we're gonna actually, almost forgot to level up Cream. This is one of the few stages where you have to make sure that you have a specific level for a specific character, which in this case is level 2 Cream, because at level 2 Cream actually damages enemies with her attack. Supposed to get stuff big. But yeah, this is the door clip coming up. Now, these enemy locations are random, so sometimes they give me something good to work with, sometimes it's troublesome. This is pretty good. There you go. So, Team Rose has a pretty easy setup for going through really thin doors. Only the really thin doors, though. And it's simply just belly flop, cancel with Big, Rocket Excel with Cream, and then start up your roll again. Now, ideally, I would want both of them to fall off of this pinball table because actually they're ahead of me, so that's not going to actually cause any trouble. Now, I might be able to make it out of this first shoot. Cool. So if you make it out of the first shoot, you can just skip all of these and make it towards the end. Now, the reason why, that was really close. Yeah. The reason why I wanted both Cream and Amy to get eliminated is because if both characters are eliminated, they will show up immediately when you leave the pinball table. If they don't, this game has a system where it takes 3 seconds before they realize, oh, hey, you're off the pinball table. Let's bring everybody back. So had I switched to Amy or Cream after I landed for the first 3 seconds, I would have more than likely went back to them, and they would have been in the shoot, which you cannot switch characters from. So that would have been a rather costly mistake. But if you're aware of where they are and what you're doing, then things generally end up just fine.
You can also lose a character if only one gets marked out instead of both of them.
So yeah, there's actually a cutscene trick that you can get for Robot Carnival and Robot Storm. I'm not gonna actually explain what it looks like because I do get one more shot at it, and if I don't get it then I just explain exactly what happens. This boss in particular is just wave after wave of enemies. This is your basic enemy stuff, so it's not too much to deal with. There is some randomness involved with the power cores. Whenever you destroy the 5th enemy in a set, you will get a power core based off of who destroyed that enemy. So whoever destroyed that enemy, a power core cannot show up for them. So what I was hoping for was to get level 2 flight before that phase that I just took out, which I got immediately at the beginning, so that was really nice. The fact that Team Rose gets to level up for every character when they Team Blast makes it a lot easier on you, so you only need 1 power core instead of 2. These are some really good phases. And for the final 2 phases, I just use Big's really OP power. So his level 1, level 2, and level 3 are very similar. It's just that the attack range on the end of the fishing rod is bigger, but even level 1 will dispose of all of those enemies, so 58 is a really good time for that. Alright, so now it's time to introduce yet another trick into the run. Now this one is fairly recent. I think it's maybe about a month old. Maybe about a month. And we have coined this bot boosting. Basically, what I'm going to have to do is I need for Amy to take damage on the frame that I land from a flight, and I need to keep Big. If I lose Big, then it's not going to work. Now, from there, I need for something to obstruct the path between Amy and Big, because Big is going to try to make it back to Amy, and the game still detects Amy as being attached to Cream, which is obviously not going to be the case. And because of that, Big is trying his hardest to make it back to Amy, which is therefore going to push Cream really far away really fast, depending on a number of factors. The factors include how close Amy is to Big and how quickly I get it to work. So, might take a few tries, but I'm going to go for it until I get it. Okay. So, I'm making Big take damage first because I don't want him to fly off when Amy takes damage. And it's pretty tricky to do. Definitely one of the trickier things in the run. Saves quite a bit of time. Going to be doing this one more time later in the run on Egg Fleet, and that one is even more tricky than this one, so hopefully things don't go too badly. So Amy got hit. That was a bit slow, so I'm kind of glad I didn't make it, because if you don't get enough distance, you will more than likely die. Big is having some trouble making it back to me. Okay, this really got to cut that corner when I jump over. If I don't, then I won't get enough distance to make it to where I need to go. Okay, and there you go. Now this is a really bad camera, so I won't be surprised if I die.
Oh boy.
I'm going to try my best to work with it. It's old.
You should have it.
Maybe.
You got it, you got it, you got it.
Nice, nice. Okay, I'm good. So, to get an idea of how much time that actually saves, I think I've lost maybe 5 seconds or so compared to doing this stage normally. It saves a substantial amount of time, which is why I go for it in runs, and especially for a marathon. I want to showcase that one. But there are additional factors that make it really difficult in Egg Fleet. But I'm going to hope for the best. Alright, so that's Rail Canyon. Now, Bullet Station is going to be the return of Big flying through the air. Now, the way Bullet Station is actually laid out is pretty interesting because it has you going through what they call high-speed transport tunnels, and those aren't exactly the way the game would depict them in terms of location, because every time you enter one, you fall down, and then it's like, oh, hey, we're here. But they're actually scattered around the map. This Power Formation flight allows you to go in just a good enough direction that you can actually skip quite a large amount of the stage. So what I'm gonna have to do here is, die apparently. But what I'm gonna have to do is actually get into a ready state, which is when I use the grounded power attack as Big. That's gonna allow me to throw Amy and Cream and then get a belly flop immediately after. So that might not be the right way. Yeah, that's definitely not the way. Okay, so we're gonna set this up again. A little too early on that rail change. That might work. Yeah, that's the right way. Okay, so now we have Big taking flight yet again. You have to be very You have to be very cautious in not taking too long to do another belly flop, because if your gravity shifts, that's GG. You are not going to be able to make it back. So playing this a little safe, and I have a lot of height right now, but like I said, if you fall too low, then that will result in a death, because there's no way to make yourself start going up more. You can always make yourself go down a bit more though. So there we go. So yeah, that good stuff, Big. So yeah, that skips quite a large amount of the stage. Okay, so this boss fight coming up is one of my favorite ones to do, but this boss continuously sways from the left to the right and vice versa. So if you mess up on any phase, it can disrupt the following phase. So hopefully I can take out the first phase really quickly. If all things go well, then I should end him after I throw Amy and Cream, like immediately after that. But excuse me, we'll see what happens. Yeah, Big is definitely the MVP of Team Rose. He puts in a lot of work. I'm gonna get them ready, and that might work. Nice. Okay, so after that, gotta go through these enemies, pop back, hit them, and stay on the outside. Now I'm gonna get them back. That should end it. Nice. And after this, we just do a slam dunk right on Egg Hulk.
It's really sweet.
Really nice fight. That's exactly how this fight is supposed to go. So I'm happy with that one.
Big actually does pretty nice damage to bosses in this game compared to other power characters.
Yes, he is one of the best power characters in the game, but Knuckles definitely gives him a run for his money. Now, Frog Force is coming up, and this is going to be one really long fight. It's going to be about a minute, more or less. So if there are any donations, now will be a good time to read about 2 or 3.
Sounds great. I'll get to it when you start the fight.
So all I'm going to do in this is for Frog Force, I'm going to go through this series of loops, break out at a specific part, and that's when I'm going to start my blight. So run here, and then we jump out, and hello, Big Flying again.
And just enough time for a couple donations.
Yes, you can read about 2.
All right, so we have $25 from Uertol. Hey guys, I love what you're doing. Can't watch nearly as much as I would like because of work. If possible, let Adam AK choose where $15 of this donation goes, and let Goknak choose where the leftover $10 goes, since I can't watch either of them. Otherwise, $25 for Dark Souls 2 Glitch%. Keep it going. And we have $20 from Shinobi. Hi guys, long time watcher, first time donator. Good luck on your runs. Had to donate seeing one of my first Sonic games being played. Too bad it was also the last, since one of the platforming levels was too hard for me. Thanks for showing that it wasn't that hard after all, and that past me was just bad at Sonic games. Bid goes to Runner's Choice. DSS, do you have a choice for donation?
Whatever the next donation incentive is, put it towards that.
Okay.
All right, and do we make a good landing? Not quite, but we just fly right back up here. All right, so this next one I'm gonna have to explain because I'm gonna be looking pretty silly, but the next one I'm going to do another flight. It's one of the trickier ones because the camera does not behave at all, and I'll attempt to show you what the camera looks like if I don't do what I'm about to do. But this is gonna involve me doing the inputs for a power formation flight while at the same time holding down the C stick. So the best way for me personally to do that is to use my chin. So you'll see what I mean when it gets started. It's pretty uncomfortable. So I'm going to actually go backwards behind the stage. And there we go. Okay, yeah, that was too low.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chin puts are real.
Chin put.
My chin puts. Okay, so this is looking pretty good right now, but I'm still going really high. So this is what happens if I don't do that, by the way. So it's kind of necessary. Okay, so if all goes well, I should be able to make it to the end. I'm really high up at the moment, though, which might be a problem. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a death.
Oh, man.
Oh, really close, really close. Yeah, that was a lot more height than I'm usually supposed to get there. And it's really important, I forgot, but it's really important to keep the C-stick held down. Because that camera that you saw me get at the end, that is what happens. That's what'll happen if you stop doing the power formation flight and then re-hold the C-stick down. So I was pretty much out of luck in that situation. Oh. Yeah, there's an invisible floor there, so that's why I didn't restart. This is not good at all. Can I make? Yeah, I can make it back. I'm gonna try to manually adjust this. Okay, so this should be good enough. I'm still pretty high up, but I can make one more manual adjustment, but it's pretty difficult to do these while doing the chin flip. That, I think, was too much. I might, no, I don't know about this one. Maybe. Oh! Nice! Okay, so I almost forgot, but yeah, it's a lot lower to the right, but yeah. When you do the power formation flight, which I didn't mention earlier, there are two ways to adjust what your gravity is like. You can either wait for it to kick in and then catch it in the process, which is somewhat difficult, or you can manually adjust. But for every frame that your umbrella is out, the lower your gravity will be. So it's really tricky doing that, especially when my chin is kind of in the way. So next up, we have the second team battle for Team Rose, which is Team Chaotix. Now, all you have to do is a tornado really quickly. If you do it quickly enough, then they'll all die. If not, you have to deal with Charming. And that should have been good enough. But I always head over here just in case. Nice, okay. So, team battles can be really bad. Thankfully, for Team Rose, they have the easiest time dealing with them. So that's always cool.
Sorry, but there's no time for this.
So next up we have Hang Castle. Hang Castle, it's a pretty short stage, There's going to be one neat trick, which is going to be a clip through a door. And it's going to use the same process that you saw me use in Bingo Highway. So simply do a belly flop with big, switch to speed, rely on Cream to do the rocket exhale, and then do another spin immediately after that. And if all goes well, I'll clip right to the doors if it's not even there. But that is followed by a pretty tight timing on a ramp jump. If I get that ramp jump, then that means that I'll be able to skip having to use the gong, which saves about 5 seconds or so. Not a huge save, but a save nonetheless. So that was nice. And if I jump at the very tip, nice, I can make it up there. As you can see, it's not a lot of leeway at all on that jump. More often than not, I'll jump too late than too early. And we're going to do this jump with big. And there we go. Now, for the end here, instead of going around like they intend for you to do, I am going to simply switch to flight and go to where the gold ring is. Just tucked underneath here. Nice. All right, so next up we have Mystic Mansion. Mystic Mansion doesn't really have, well, there is one interesting part. There is a wall that isn't solid in the GameCube version, but every other version of the game, that wall is solid, which is pretty interesting. But aside from that, it's just going to be your standard gameplay. So if you have any donations to read, then will be a good time to read about 2 or 3.
Excellent. So we have a $50 donation from V8 Jet. I spent a year taking care of my girlfriend's father while he suffered with prostate cancer. He hid and denied his symptoms until he couldn't, and by then it was too late. He left his daughter far too soon. Please get checked out. Miss you, Terry. We have $20 from Mark 3. My dad was recently diagnosed with cancer. Really appreciate the extraordinary effort you guys put in. Keep up the good work. And $5 from Zigzag Ziggurat. Long live the MHC. Can we get a boneless at the end of the run? I'll let you guys decide on that. I got one more here. Thank you, Hugh1, for the $50 donation.
All right. So the next stage coming up, or the next boss fight rather, is Robot Storm. Now, like I said earlier, there's actually a cutscene trick that you can get.
Nice
oh,
time. I
look
like
at that
that.
time. Nice.
Dude, nice.
Dude, nice. Okay, so I do have a chance to just cutscene skip. Hopefully I get it. What I'm trying to do is press the action button at about 3:16 on the timer. Hopefully I can get it, but we'll see what happens. Nice. Okay, so basically what this does is it puts the in-game models in addition to the cutscene model. So since there's too much going on there, it just has floating heads instead. And this trick, which this is the only time I use it in Team Rose story, is known as the Team Blast glitch. If you switch from flight formation and Thundershoot on the same frame, what you'll end up doing is a succession of Thundershoots, which fills up slightly under a third of your Team Blast meter. So if you do 4 of them, it will give you a Team Blast for free. Really nice trick to use. It's seen mostly with Team Dark because Team Dark gets a lot of enemies to deal with here, and more often than not, it's quicker to deal with them with a Team Blast than to use your standard team mechanics. Now, robot's gonna drop from the sky and get bodied, and that's it. All right, cool.
Another interesting thing to mention about the Team Blast is every team has a different Team Blast that has different mechanics, and Team Rose has the best one because it gives them invincibility and speed shoes, and every character gets a power core.
Yep, and a shield, and invincibility.
Chaotix gets more rings.
Yeah, there you go. So if you like rings, then... oh, and that's the other thing. The length of the Team Blast varies. Team Dark and Team Rose have the shortest ones, which is nice because Team Dark uses theirs a lot for the Robot Carnival. And, well, somewhat for Robot Carnival, but a lot in Robot Storm. Whereas Team Chaotix, you want to refrain from using it because they pretty much do their live show and it takes days to finish. So more often than not, it's quicker to deal with the enemies normally than using their Team Blast. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there's one more bot boost that I want to perform. And this one is quite a bit more difficult than the last one I did. So hopefully all goes well. But basically, you're going to see me on the ground, and I'm going to need Amy to land on this red strip, as you can see when I was running at the beginning. Now, I still have control over Amy when she gets hit, so that's what makes it difficult. I have to manipulate Amy to land on that and make it to the edge in an adequate amount of time, because if I don't, then I won't get enough distance and I'll die. Not to mention that I got to get it started to begin with, so hopefully this goes well. That would not have worked, so I'm glad that that didn't go through. Maybe. Maybe. I'll be able to tell you when I see this ship to my left. We are in there, people.
Hey.
So what you're gonna see happen now is I am going to land, not on that ship, don't be deceived, this ship. And now I can just go to the end from there. Now, originally this stage had a power formation flight, which was the trickiest of the bunch, similar to how this bot boost is the trickiest for Team Rose in general, but this saves a substantial amount of time over there. I would say ideally, if you got everything the way it was supposed to be, it would save about 40 seconds. In that case, even with the mistakes, I'm guessing that saved maybe 20 seconds or so. So it's definitely worth going for. And rest in peace, be it. But yeah, if you'll notice when I do my cancels and then I switch to flight, I can't use the variant where I switch to Amy, which is a lot easier, like that, but can't switch to Amy and then flight, because if you switch to Amy and then the flight, instead of keeping your speed, you will get bounced up, if you were wondering. Well, I always did the manual cancel. And now, the final level of the game, to close things off, if all goes well, you will be seeing 2 instances of Big taking flight. Now, this is also one of the, it's not that scary, but it is pretty scary in that I don't hit a single checkpoint most of the time. And even if I do hit one checkpoint, if I die at the end off of a risky rail skip, then it wastes a minute without a checkpoint. With the checkpoint, it wastes about 40, 45 seconds. So we'll see what happens. So if you get that umbrella right at the edge of the rail, you can make that. And we have to hit off of this. And there we go. Actually, I'm getting a lot of height off of this, so let's do one manual adjustment. And if you want to, you can also do a spin, which is pretty cool. But gotta be careful with that one. And then we're going to set up another one right here. We're gonna cut over to the right. You can go to the right or the left, but I prefer going to the right here. And because you're making it to an area that they didn't anticipate you to be able to make it to, the top of this structure in front of me is not actually solid, so when I go over, I can just kind of dip right through it. See everything that's going on? Okay, so from here, this is the risky rail skip that I was talking about. This saves a whopping 3.5 seconds, and if I miss it, I waste about a minute because I didn't hit the checkpoint. So I'm gonna go for it anyway. Nice. So yeah, if you miss that rail, there's pretty much no way to recover. So that's just a minute down the drain. But it's always cool to go for it. I'm pretty confident in it. So there you go. That's the final level for Team Rose. And now it's time for the final boss. Now, the final boss can either go really well or really bad. Basically, what I'm going to do is exploit the way thunder shooting works in this game. I'm going to aim to get a level 2 really early on. And I am anticipating that Egg Emperor, which is the final boss, is going to be so far away that he charges me. If he does charge me, there is a setup, thanks to Werster, that allows me to thunder shoot both Amy and Big, and hopefully what will happen is they'll stick to the core of Eggman long enough to take him out, and the boss fight should end in roughly 20 seconds. If I do not get both cores at the start, or if he doesn't charge me, it might take a little bit longer, but I'm hoping for the best. So we'll see what happens. It kind of depends on how this Rocket Excel at the very beginning goes. If I go past him and I get another one from Cream, then more than likely everything will be a-okay. But we'll see. Okay. I might have switched too early. Okay. And boom, boom. And they both stuck. So get ready. Time.
1963, not bad.
That's good. All right, so yeah, 43.50 was it? That's not bad at all. All things considered, not bad. Now, we're gonna be doing a glitch exhibition now because basically the way that it worked, whatever time was left over based off of the team that won, any additional time would be allotted to a glitch exhibition, which this game has a number of neat tricks, not just what you saw in this run. And if this game were to make it into another marathon, then the differences between the teams are definitely substantial enough so that it'll feel like a fresh and new experience. So that's one of the neat things about this game, the diversity between the teams. So I can't actually skip the credits. I mean, I could reset, maybe? Okay, cool. All right, so who wants to go first?
I'll go first. All right, so yeah, as DSS was mentioning before, the teams are pretty much in two different pairs, pretty much. Rose and Chaotix are very similar, and Sonic and Dark are very similar. So Rose, there are a few tricks that you can only do with Rose and Chaotix, like Power Formation Flight. You can fly with Vector as well, but I'm not going to bother showing any of those off. Chaotix also has very different objectives to everyone else. Everyone else in their main story is just get to the end. But Chaotix has a few missions like collect some stuff, and in this one it's win 500 rings. So I'm going to show off some pinball mechanics in this level that DSS didn't get to show off. I'm going to try for this as well, which I don't think works. Yeah, I'm going to die. I'm pretty sure on PAL that would have like zipped me up to the top. But anyway, alright, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to counter my characters with Vector, throw them into a kill plane so they die, try and gather them back up, and then just fly in the air like this. That was actually more height than I wanted, but that's fine. Alright. That should work. Alright, so this is the infinite slot glitch, pretty much. So Vector's in there, just going through the slot over and over and over again, trying to get back to me, but he just keeps going through the slot forever, and just keeps winning me rings. Which is only useful... Oh, nice. Alright, I also got the... What I did there is... What I did there was something else I wanted to show off. One of the exclusive glitches to Chaotix, and probably the most notorious and game-breaking, is Infinite Fly, which basically is just a subset of another glitch that I just showed off there, which is if you're in flight formation with Team Chaotix, you have one frame when Vector comes back to you, assuming that he comes back to you in a certain way. I'll just go to Seaside Hill and show this off. Like, if you thunder shoot him into a wall, it doesn't work. But, well, you don't have to be in flight formation, actually. You can do it with SBO. But basically, you've got one frame where if Vector's below you at the right height, you can do anything for one frame. You can do an action command, you can jump off his head, and right there, I Team Blast standing on Vector's head. So what you can do in flight formation is, if you get the flight right, that's not hitting a kill plane, I don't think.
No, he isn't. Tell by the way he's coming back. It's pretty random. So
yeah, it is. Some days this works, some days it doesn't. Like, I'll have days where I'll be getting this. There we go.
There we go.
And you can just fly anywhere with that, because you can just continuously chain that as well. One thing that wasn't mentioned in DSS's run as well is if you thunder shoot, while you're thunder shooting, your flight meter doesn't go down, which it's... I don't know how long you're thunder shooting for. It's not a large amount of time. But he was doing that for the bot boost in Egg Fleet just to get a little bit more distance.
Right.
One more I'm going to show off with Chaotix real quick is Team 2. Just an alternate method to do this strategy. Again, this is just like a subset of just another exploit in the game, which is that you carry over, I don't know for how long, I think it's like 2 frames, and actually depends on the version, because Xbox does it for longer. You can carry over the hitbox of actions into, after a restart, into the level again. Oh, dang.
Uh-oh.
Damn! Oh, no, that's too far, alright. No, that's too late. Nope.
That's too late.
Damn. Got sniped again.
Hopefully they don't put you in the infinite. Okay.
That might work.
Yeah, that should work.
Ah,
Too
too
far
far
away.
away, damn it.
And you can see the explosion.
Yeah.
While we're in the middle of the glitch exhibition, can we get a roll call, please?
Roll call.
Roll call. Okay, I'm Werster.
Darkspinesonic.
Burden, aka Silex98.
Shadowjacky.
Thank you, guys.
Maybe?
That's too late. That's
Okay,
got
all right. You say so. What are they doing?
Like, they're trying to see what's going on, too, you know? Like, they want to see what's happening. I respect that. That might work.
All right. Yeah, too early.
Yeah.
This is much easier on the Xbox version. We also didn't talk about the PC version too much. The PC version is drastically different in this game. We think it's just an earlier build of the game, like pretty much a prototype. Jesus Christ, why am I bad? Like the character AI, that should work.
That should work. There we go.
There we go, and then they just die immediately. Yeah, and the PC version also has a few version-exclusive glitches, like Ultra Glide's only in PC, isn't it?
Right.
Which is a really basic thing, which is why we think it's a prototype, and the AI of the characters is just ridiculously bad in that game,
Yeah.
even though it was released later.
Okay, so what I'm gonna show is a skip for Bingo Highway that Team Sonic and Team Dark can only use. With this skip, it's going to exploit going through death planes. I'll explain more when I get there.
So yeah, what I really like about this game is it doesn't have anything that's like completely game-breaking, like just warp to credits or whatever, but it's got so many little tricks that are all so different and work in many different ways that can be abused, like from like in just one minor place to, you know, a few times in the run. But it doesn't really get tiring because you're doing so many different things throughout the run, and at pretty much no point are you playing the way you're supposed to.
Okay, I'm going to
Hit the checkpoint.
hit this checkpoint over here.
Just in case.
Yeah. Okay, so right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop both my characters here, but I'm going to stand in this position because when you're in power formation, your speed characters to your left and your flight characters to your right. As you can see here, Rouge is to my right, Shadows to my left. So let me drop them down here again. And I'm going to stand in this position. I'm going to let Rouge drop down below while Shadows to my left. And yes, if I land on the pinball table just like that, Rouge will be continuously dropping down. I'm dropping her below the death plane, and what I'm trying to do is, after I do a series of actions here, I'm going to try to warp exactly where Rouge is. So as I'm bouncing on the spring right now, I'm actually holding forward. And as I'm holding forward, it's actually pushing Rouge closer to where the goal ring is. Assuming that I do it enough times. Ooh, I messed it up there. Let me just
it's gonna come back.
Yeah, let me just restart it.
Cause it basically exploits what I said earlier. What you're basically doing is Rouge is falling down this entire time, but for Rouge to be all the way down there is not going to be beneficial. So you need a way to bring her back up to Omega's level, and thanks to the fact that Shadow is still here, that makes that possible, because what Solix is going to do is he's going to stay on these springs for about 30 to 33 seconds. That's where it takes a lot of time. So when you mess this up, it is a huge time waste. But if you mess it up once and then get it the second time, it's actually still slightly faster than going through the stage normally with Dark. So what he's going to do is he's going to abuse the fact that he has 3 seconds before Rouge comes back. He's going to punch on the side to get into a ready state, and then he's going to jump. And that's going to bring Rouge back up to Omega's level, but that distance that was between Rouge and Omega is now a horizontal component. And because of that, Rouge is going to be really far into the stage. So from there, you got to kind of do a little bit of guesswork. But if you can find where the stage is, you can end up landing where the gold ring is instead of going through the stage normally.
And yeah, what I'm doing here is I'm taking a look behind me because I'm trying to get an idea of where the stage is, because sometimes if you're in the wrong position, the draw distance can mess you up and the stage can just straight up disappear on you. And that looks like the ending right there.
Oh yeah, you might want to set it to switch to Omega.
Yeah. I usually switch to Shadow.
Or yeah, either way. But yeah, basically what you just saw right here, if you were wondering why it was just Omega, is a glitch with a very creative name. The name is Power and Flight Formation. But when that happens, it's basically your flight character is the leader, but you have control over your power character, which can actually work in your favor, which it did work in Salix's favor, because when you're in power and flight formation, that allows you to ignore many things, including death planes. So there are a lot of death planes out there, but thankfully
It happens more often with Team Dark than Team Sonic.
Right.
It's also got the mechanic with Chaotix in Egg Fleet. I remember that one with the power and flight formation where it actually changes the layout of the stage, because a lot of the layouts are very similar, but then they'll just make slight changes. And if you use power and flight formation, it'll just go to the default stage. So in Team Chaotix in that level, there's supposed to be a flower, but the flower doesn't exist.
Right.
And instead it's got the, what would you call that? It's also a flower. Like
The propeller.
Yeah, the propeller that every other team has to take you to a different part of the stage.
All right, so with this, as it was mentioned earlier, that there are different properties to every team blast in each character, but there's also after effects, and I'm about to exploit one of those with Team Sonic. All right, which of theirs is make sure I get the distance away from the enemies, because there's enemies around this corner. I just don't want them to die. All right, so, all right, there they are. Go ahead and roll, and then just like that.
Okay. So
But that, yeah, go ahead.
basically, when you do a team blast as Team Sonic, what you end up getting is Sonic's infamous light speed attack. But the way that move works is that it shoots Sonic straight up, and then after shooting him straight up, he starts going after enemies. Now, as I mentioned before, whenever you whiff a rocket exhale, you do your ground action. Even if you're in the air, you will do your ground action. So basically what SJ is doing is he's setting up as if he wants to do a rocket exhale, but then he intentionally whiffs it, does a light speed attack, and because Knuckles missed the rocket exhale, Sonic gets launched into the air because he retains that momentum from his light speed attack.
He actually used that to make some shortcuts for some
Right.
levels.
It makes certain shortcuts possible that you need a lot of height for in a really small amount of time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in the main Team Sonic story, it's been obsoleted by other tricks, but it's still being used in super hard mode runs. And,
Yeah.
All right, so, and then we have some Team Road shenanigans, which, if you thought Big was an interesting character before, you have no idea. So, I'm going to go to Ocean Palace first, and this is probably my favorite glitch in the game. It's what I have coined as boneless, or as some would call it El Diablo, and you'll see why. So, a fun fact about Big, not only is he fast and has the ability to fly through the air, but if I get this done properly, you will also notice that Big has no bones. Now, that's what I like to call boneless, but there is actually a boneless version too, which I'm going to be heading over to Casino Park to showcase that. But there is one other neat thing that I want to showcase here. The route that I took in my speed run is the more consistent route. There is actually another route that you can take, which pretty much you'll have the same exact time if you don't run into any problems when you make it to the pinball table. But Amy's spinning hammer attack, which you see here, you can actually exploit this if you switch to speed formation, do the spinning camera attack, and then switch to flight. And your power character is not able to be used at the moment, as in he's trying to return to you. This, if I can show it. Does it work on this one? Apparently not. Okay, there we go. This happens. So you can actually do an infinite spinning hammer attack, which is cool. But there are some other properties to this that makes it even more cool. So if I were to use this same thing right here, a little too early. Get a little bit more distance. Nice. So gravity gets altered. And when you do this trick, you ignore all death planes. So I can actually go straight to this pinball table right here if I want to. If you hit the pinball table too early, then you return. Or if you do a flight before you land, then you'll return. So there's that, and we have boneless version 2. So if you thought the other one was creepy, then what would you rate this one?
The city that never
Yeah, that is boneless version 2. Now, it's 2 more things that I'm going to show off. One interesting thing is that with the infinite spinning hammer attack, like I said, you ignore death planes. Now, Egg Emperor is programmed to follow you when you are too far away from him, which they never really expect you to bypass the death plane, so they only have one layer. And if you make it past that layer, you fall infinitely. So what I'm going to do is show you what real evil is when I make it to this platform up ahead. So normally when you do this boss fight, you're actually supposed to make it to this arena that's coming up. And this is where you're actually supposed to fight him. But what I'm going to do is this. So this is going to allow me to phase through the death plane, as you just saw. And now he's going to be up in the arena. Now, when he's in the arena, he doesn't actually charge at you. So he's going to go through a sequence until it gets to the point where he's supposed to move. So what you need to be listening out for is for him to say charge. And then we're going to have to wait for a little while. So if there are any donations, now would be a good time to read maybe one.
Okay. All right, let me get one quick one in here, though. We have $20 from SOCAR. The F-Zero block is the only one I'm interested in, and does not happen to be in the middle of the night in Europe, but it falls right into my late birthday party. Still donate. Maybe I can get some of my friends into the GDQs. A donation goes to a choice of the player who first hits the White Land 2 double jump on F-Zero on SNES. If no one hits it, WMJ chooses.
So yeah, he basically tracks you no matter where you go, even if it's a place where you're not intended to be at. Now, to close things off, I'm going to show you a soft lock. Now, there are some gongs in the game. You saw me hit one in Casino Park. I'm going to go to Hang Castle, though. That one is a bit quicker to make it to. So, what's going to happen is, I'm going to use a Team Blast before the gong actually interacts with me, because when you use the Team Blast, some objects are actually still in motion, the gong being one of them. However, if you are in flight formation and you do a Team Blast, and the gong hits you in the middle of that animation, then something pretty interesting happens. Let's get rid of that. Alright, so I'm going to get a Team Blast real quick. Now I'm going to need to do... I was not close enough. Alright. So I basically need to do that. What happened was I was too far away, so I didn't actually get or make contact with the gong. If you were to use a Team Blast with any other team member, basically you would get all of the speed from the gong, but you have complete control over where you want it to go, so I could like fly straight into that wall or turn around, anything like that. So let's get this another try. There you go. So, so yeah, cream is nowhere to be found. Cheese apparently has an endless supply of flower petals and never gets tired. and I can't do anything. This is a soft lock because I can actually restart the stage, but outside of that, there's absolutely nothing I can do. This goes on forever. So if you ever want a nice screensaver while you do your work, there you go. But yeah, that's Sonic Heroes, and I hope you all enjoyed it.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for watching. That was an incredible run of Sonic Heroes by Darkspinesonic and some glitch demonstrations by Rest of the Couch. Just a reminder, all of your donations are going directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. And Prevent Cancer Foundation is the only nonprofit in the United States that solely focuses on cancer prevention and early detection. Each year, more than 1.6 million Americans alone are diagnosed with the disease, and more than 500,000 die from the disease. However, research shows that up to 60% of cases and more than 50% of deaths are preventable with what we already know. The Prevent Cancer Foundation focuses their efforts in research, education, outreach, and advocacy, with over $138 million invested over 29 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. We're getting ready to get set up for our F-Zero block here, which we're going to start off with F-Zero Climax, run by Yazzo. So while Yazzo's getting in position and everybody's getting mic'd up, let me go through a few things here. The first thing I just want to give you guys a quick heads up on is, please, if you're discussing awesome games, use the hashtag AGDQ2015, because that helps us get visible. It helps people see that we're doing a marathon. And even if you can't donate, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. We're getting ready for Yazzo to run some F-Zero Climax here. And while we are doing that, just let me welcome you all back and apologize for that outage on the stream. I'm not saying blame ever hate, but blame ever hate. While we're getting set up here, let me get into a couple of donations. This one might get someone fired, but Andre sends $20 saying, having access to the company's firewall to allow Twitch during work hours is so worth it. Because saving the animals is canon, but all of it's the only official conclusion of Super Metroid, and continue being awesome. Thank you, Andre. And what I am going to do here quickly is talk about our... Okay, so we have some foreign language restreams here. We have our French restream, which is twitch.tv/. /officiel_JVCom. That's OFFICIEL_JVCOM. We have our German restream, which is twitch.tv/Germench restream. DERMENCHRESEREAM. And twitch.tv/The Mexican Runner is our Spanish restream. That's THEMEXICANRUNNER. So head on over there if you are not a native English speaker and want to enjoy those. We have a $20 donation from Michael Legner, who says, the F-Zero block is the only one that I'm interested in that doesn't happen in the middle of the night at Europe. But when it falls right into my late birthday party, I will donate to try and get some of my friends into the GDQs. Donation goes to the choice of the player who first hits the White Land 2 double jump on F-Zero. And if nobody hits that, WMJ chooses.
Oh, WMJ? Okay, just talk. Test.
Hello, test.
Test. Mic number 3, I believe, or 4. I'm not sure what number this is, but... It says mine is mic 2, actually. No? I swear I didn't switch it. Please.
Hello, test.
Okay.
Choose your vehicles. Lady Bear.
All right, good luck, Yazzo.
Alright, so yeah, this is F-Zero Climax, the last F-Zero game that was released, and over 10 years ago now. It was only released in Japan, so not many people have played it. Yeah, I guess I just count down and then we'll start.
Are you guys ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thanks. So yeah, basically this game, you want to go very fast. And you do that mostly by drifting, so I'll be doing a lot of this during this run, which is to press the shoulder button and then press the opposite button of the D-pad. And then you'll just do a lot of these DDTs, as they are called. But then on the second lap, when the boost is arriving, you will see that I will go much faster. So in this game, you want to build up your speed as fast as possible, and you want to do that by taking these dash plates. But once you reach the max speed, though, you don't have to take them anymore. So on the third lap, you can just skip them. So that means that like every lap is different, kind of. I find that pretty cool.
On lap 1, it's better just to take the optimal racing line as opposed to going out of your way to hit each boost plate?
Yeah, they don't really give you much speed on the opener. But on the second lap, they will build your speed when you use your boost. So you want to hit them as fast as possible.
And one of the tricks of the game is also to make a chain reaction of the boost, so you boost in rapid succession, and that really builds up the speed.
Yes,
more.
and it's worth noting that in this game you have to manually boost, so you gotta time it as well. And that, yeah, it makes it a bit more difficult compared to the other GBA F-Zero games where you can just press down, or like in GX or X. You can just press down.
Oh, and boost fire. This game combines like the traditional like F-Zero boost where you get one boost every lap, as well as you can use your energy to boost. Every lap you'll get a boost fire boost, they call it, which you just used, and it's like the really strong boost, stronger than the normal manual one, and you can use it to go really fast like he is right now through these turns.
And then you want to like use your boost fire here sometimes in the start, but sometimes you want to wait with it, because then you get a different pattern. So you don't want to boost when you're in the turn, because you have to drift and you also have to blast tap. So that's also some strategy you want to do differently on certain tracks. So yeah, you notice the tracks are pretty short, so...
If I can just give a quick heads up on a couple of donation incentives for the F-Zero block here. Both of these are coming up in the F-Zero X block. We have to break the camera in 1-2, which is sitting at $668 out of $1,000. And the Death Race incentive, which is, well, it's a thing to see, is sitting at $500 out of $5,000. If you guys want to see either of those donation incentives, get your donations in for the beginning of F-Zero X.
So yeah, on this track there's a huge shortcut that you can do, but it's extremely difficult, so I won't be able to show it. But there will be other shortcuts coming up that I can actually show you.
Pretty much any level with a jump plate, there's probably a big crazy shortcut that's possible.
Yeah.
This game's like error stuff is pretty wacky.
I can do a small shortcut here, but that's not the main one. Alright, so here I will actually not boost, so that I can get some boost in the end of the third lap. Because you gotta take these refills to fill up the power, so I should have one more now. Yeah, there we go. And then don't die. There you go. Alright, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah, another significant change compared to the other Game Boy games is that this game has 3 laps per track. So a lot of the levels you'll see beaten like sub 1 minute or close to it. Especially since you're like going crazy fast through a lot of these turns.
That's by far the fastest of the GBA F-Zeros, and it's also 3 laps compared to 5.
I have a $20.15 donation that says, I'm loving this edition so far, and it's really awesome to watch people like Yazzo come from so far to participate. All together we can defeat cancer. Thank you very much, Darkblade. That's greatly appreciated. Greetings back to you in Spain.
The ice in this game is a bit slippery, as one would suspect, so it makes the game a bit different. I actually want to use different settings on this track. Like, this game got a lot of settings you can use, and for ice tracks you want to actually use different type of settings compared, and not these ones that I'm using right now. Oh, that was not the last one.
If we get a second, can we get a roll call from the couch, please?
A roll call?
Yes,
Roll
please.
call, yeah.
Alright, I'm WMJ.
I'm Yazzo.
I'm Naegleria. So for the different settings, there's the like shorter long boost and the steering or the drifting.
Yeah, the slide and the drift, they call it.
What makes the Crazy Bear your preferred car of choice?
Well, it got I think the highest normal speed, and then it got really high boost speed as well, and it can fly a lot in air, like so like it can do a lot of shortcuts basically.
There are some levels where Twin Narita could be faster because it's the lightest vehicle and it still has really good boost, which being so light, it gets a lot of height from jumps, so it's easier, and I think it's the only vehicle that can do a handful of shortcuts.
Yes.
So while it may not have the 3-lap record on some tracks, it does have the like fastest lap ever beaten individually on a few tracks that I can think of.
So here I want to wait with my boost fire. I hit that mine though, which I didn't want to do, so actually hitting the mine will lose you some speed. So bad 3rd lap here. Now you see my best times there in the upper left corner. Alright, moving on to Silver Cup, and this track will have a shortcut, which is fairly difficult, so we'll see if I can do it.
A $25 donation DNTN, who says, Yazzo is such a beast at every game he plays. F-Zero block is such a ton of fun. Good luck from your Mario Kart friend.
So you can't do the shortcut in the opener, it's only on the boost laps.
Yeah.
Nice.
Alright, so then you want to do it on the third lap as well. There we go.
Get wrecked.
How much does that save?
I don't know actually. I don't think I've ever done it normally.
There is only the hardest way to beat the game.
There is only speedruns.
And despite being Japanese only, there's actually a lot of English text.
Yeah.
This game is really import friendly if you want to do that.
$25 here from Tutela. Because today is the 1-year anniversary of the father's passing due to cancer. Seems only fitting to donate a little support. Keep up the good work from Italy. Thank you very much for your donation.
So this one got a very small jump here, which can be a bit hard to hit, especially on the boost laps.
$20 from Will says, it's time for one of my favorite AGDQ blocks. The F-Zero block. Here's $20 towards the death race. Yeah, get those donations in for the death race. That's going to be pretty fantastic. So.
Ah. So I don't have enough boost here.
Yeah, using your boost, you can, if you hit a wall and lose speed, you can regain speed pretty fast. But then, like, it costs energy, which you need to be pretty careful with boost management in this game. And in Death Race, do you use Crazy Bear?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, if you like the Crazy Bear, get on that Death Race donations.
So here's a track where Twin Norita would actually be the best vehicle to use because yeah, you can do a shortcut that Crazy Bear can't. So yeah, I'll just drive this one normally. It's very hard to do it with Twin Norita, so it would be like not really an option to switch to Twin Norita here.
$50 from Tanner says, hey guys, I'm loving the stream. I lost my nephew on the 1st of the year to cancer. Just wanted to say thank you to everybody and good stuff so far. I wish I could keep it up more. Keep up the good work. I see what you did there, Tanner. For those of you who don't know what it is that we're doing, we're a charity speedrun who's raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, who is a non-profit organization here in the United States that focuses solely on cancer prevention and early detection. Each year, 1.6 million Americans, and that's just Americans alone, are diagnosed with the disease. Words are hard, apparently. And more than 500,000 die. You can prevent up to 60% of that. 50% of deaths are preventable with what we already know.
That's good.
So what we're trying to do, raise money to further that so that we can help even more.
Oh, and do we have the Blue Falcon Perler?
We do. The Blue Falcon Pearl. I'm not sure if it's not up here, but
we should show that off.
It's being shown on stream.
Oh.
So on this track, you want to hit some mines in the start, like that. And that will actually also be good for the boost laps, because then you can cut that turn a bit more. Oh yeah, and I also want to make a shout out to Richard Taro, which got most world records in this game. He actually recorded like all of his runs, and he's done that for many years, and that really helped me out when I started playing this game. Because otherwise it would have been really hard to figure out this game. So yeah, big shout out to him. And he is of course the overall F-Zero champion, so he's someone who is very good in all F-Zero games.
Yeah, he has really competitive times in GX, Open, X, like every game. Even the broadcast to Teleview F-Zero 2.
Yeah.
He's done like really good runs of that.
All right, so this track also got some shortcuts. And for the first time I will now use brake, which I have on yeah. So
there's a reason for it, don't worry.
Yeah, so there's this jump plate. It's kind of similar to Whiteland 2 in F-Zero SNES, if you have seen that. So you need to like slow down in air and then hit a jump plate, and that can make you travel to the finish line. So see here. Ah, missed it.
At least he didn't die. It's
Yeah.
very easy to die doing that trick.
Yeah. So you would land here if you did it good. But yeah, you can do that shortcut also on the boost laps.
Okay, so I have a donation from the Mog Miner who says, I watch AGDQ every year. Greetings from Stockholm and from Mojang. And that is for $719.42. Thank you very much.
Nice.
And the level layouts in this game for how they distribute like refillers and boost plates, wow. They'll just have like refillers and like scattered around in the weirdest spots. In like a lot of other F-Zero games, the refillers will be like one long strip in like designated locations, but there's just like little bits all over the place in Climax. I think it makes the levels look really cool.
All right, moving on to Gold Cup. This is actually one of my favorite levels. I think it looks pretty cool. And this game, like, I think it looks pretty cool being a GBA game.
Yeah, the aesthetics of it is like really cool. And we haven't even seen the Mist level. That one's like the coolest.
They really pushed GBA to the limit with this game in terms of speed and graphics.
Yeah, and the music is also really cool.
Shout out to Dream Chaser.
So we got this S turn here, which can be a bit tricky. Oh yeah, and I'm also pressing down when I'm drifting so that you can take these turns sharper. So you gotta do that a lot. I will actually not have a boost here, so it's a bit of a miss.
Wonderful. Good job. Select your Gold Cup. Choose your vehicle. Crazy Bear.
So on this track you can do a shortcut on the opener, but you need to use side attacks, and I can't really use it for the speedrun because it messes me up a bit, because you gotta have it on double tap, L or R, and yeah, it can screw me up quite a lot. So
Yeah, this game lets you customize buttons pretty extremely. You could set any button, or like any input you want to be on any button, and there's only a few sensible ways to like maintain the side attacks while having all the other buttons in like reasonable locations for you to access.
There are actually quite a lot more moves in the game than you could possibly assign to the buttons.
So I can do this shortcut though on the boost flaps. I'll see if I can do it. I'm not gonna risk it. Because if you lose speed in the air, like your boost runs out, then you're gonna drop down in speed very fast. So it's not a good idea to go for the shortcut now. See if I can do it now instead.
Darkspinesonic.
Another thing to note is I think these levels are designed mainly with like higher grip vehicles in mind. I'm guessing a lot of people haven't played this game because it's Japanese only. But Game Boy Advance is region free, so you can still play it on your Game Boys from whatever country in the world. So you should play this game. It's a bit pricey, but it's like definitely worth the money. There's a lot of content.
So yeah, nothing special about this track. Can be a bit hard to see, but if you know the track, then it doesn't matter. So here I'll wait with the boost fire, so I get a better pattern boosting before this turn here. Ah.
I believe F-Zero Climax was like designed with the show in mind. I've never actually seen it.
In the anime series.
Yeah, I think Indextic was the only one who was willing to watch the whole thing all the way through. He's got a lot more dedication than we do.
I think that started with the previous game, Grand Prix Legend.
Yeah.
Alright, so this one got a opener shortcut, so see if I can do it. It's a bit difficult though. Okay.
Cutting it close.
Nice. Happy to get that one.
During shortcuts like that, like he's focusing on the vehicle, but if you look at the mini map and just watch the dot flying around, it's yeah. It's easier to like visualize just how much the track he skips.
Alright, coming up is probably my favorite track in this game. And it also got a shortcut. You can only do it on the third lap though. And also, this track got no walls.
Illusion, this is what I was thinking of.
Is this the one with the very tiny jump play?
Yes. So yeah, if I go too much to the left or right here, I'm gonna fall down and die.
Right there, you might have seen it. It's like probably the width of Crazy Bear, not much, probably maybe a bit smaller. It's a really tiny jump plate.
Oh, whoop.
It's right after this right turn, you might be able to catch a peek of it. I think it was there for like one frame.
Yeah.
No.
Oh!
Ah, too bad. So I'll just go normally now.
This is one of the shortcuts that was like really intended to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no reason for the jump to be there otherwise.
So I missed the start boost there.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, this track I really like, so I don't mind playing it again.
Nice. It's the best way to finish in any F-Zero game.
Yeah.
All right, now moving on to the Platinum Cup, which is a combination of like remixes of F-Zero SNES tracks and also just copies of them. Like the 4 first tracks will be like remixes. So here's the Mute City 1 track called Multiply, and you'll see it's a bit different.
Yeah, this was definitely designed with really high grip vehicles in mind.
Yeah.
I remember playing this the first time using White Cat, who has like really high grip, and I could barely sneak through this little shortcut section.
So I've only gone through this track full speed once. It's very difficult.
Yeah, on boost laps, if you want to drift through that super narrow section, it's incredibly difficult.
You can't really expect to get much better than this on this track.
Good job. Select your 4 Platinum Cup. Choose your vehicle.
So on this track, the world record is actually with Night Thunder, because it got a lot of like very tricky corners, as you can see on the map. And Night Thunder can go through those corners a bit better with good speed than this vehicle can. So. Oh yeah, and also on these tracks, like there's only there's fewer refills, so you kind of have to like take it easy with the boost as well on some of them. So I'm just gonna take some refill here and then go slowly through these turns and then boost here. But for the world record strat, you want to boost through those turns completely.
We have a $20 donation from Cyberbot X. It says, F-Zero block hype. In fact, let's get the death race done.
Congratulations.
That was actually a pretty good time for me.
Select your Platinum Cup. Choose your vehicle. Brady Bear.
Oh no, this is a Time Attack All Cups on Novice. Every difficulty actually has like its own unique track set of like a little like variable derivative track. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, there's a lot of tracks in this game.
Yeah, there's a ton of content. And then there's like the zero test and survival mode. And a level editor.
Yeah, so you can make your own tracks.
There's a ton of stuff to do in this game.
I believe there are 53 regular tracks.
Something like that.
With the championship.
Yeah. So this turn is just as hard as it is in F-Zero SNES. Save it this time.
Actually, not only do you go through a lot of levels sideways, but for that illusion shortcut, if you do it right, are you in air like 90 degrees the whole way through?
Pretty much. Like, you have to make sure that you go back to normal, because otherwise you will go too much to the right and fall down. So, but yeah, it's a very specific timing.
3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah, this track. So this track got probably the most interesting shortcut. It's also very difficult. We'll see if I can do it. This is the easy one.
So the way shortcuts work near the finish line is that as long as you cross the finish line from behind to front, it'll count as like passing a lap. So there's some jumps you can do on this course and other courses where you just want to you can just barely sneak behind the finish line after jumping from pretty much like in front of it going backwards.
Yeah, let's see if I can do it now. I missed it. We can maybe try again. Nah, probably not. But yeah, basically you want to turn around there and like cross the finish line. It's very tricky though. So yeah, I'm just gonna take the normal way here. Now we are seeing these tracks as they are exactly in F-Zero SNES. Starting with Red Canyon 2. You can do a shortcut here though that you can't do in F-Zero SNES. You gotta use brake again, which is a bit tricky. Wanted to save my boost fire here actually and use it just before the jump. I don't think I can make it now, so I'm just gonna take the normal way, but glad to get it once at least.
Actually, on the Great Wings track previously, I think Twin Narita has the lap record of like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Because you can just like hit a jump plate in a certain way that you like loop the track weird. There's a lot of really weird tricks with this game. Plenty of ways to go fast.
2, 1, fire.
So yeah, these tracks, they got a lot of tight corners, and for these you want to use different settings, which will make your opener slower, but your boost laps better. The settings I use now, the openers will be good, but then the boost laps won't be as good. Oh.
We have a $50 donation from Nicholas Taylor. It says, my mother passed away of throat cancer roughly 2 years ago, and I still miss her every day. Love the work you guys are doing and hope it leads us to finally beating this horrific disease. On a brighter note, love me some F-Zero. Can't wait for F-Zero GX. Keep up the good work, guys.
Choose your vehicle. Brady Bear.
The double jump save a lot of time here, or not necessary?
Well, you can just go like this. So yeah, you want to hit the wall here on purpose. You can't do these turns without doing that, so... Very tricky to do this one. Alright, so final track. And on this track you actually want to use a long boost, so your boost lasts for longer but you can't reach as high speed. Because there's only like a small refill. Like those who have played F-Zero SNES knows this track. Oh yeah, and be ready on the timer as well. Hence when I cross the finish line. And time. What was time?
33:58.
Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, so yeah, next up is F-Zero SNES. Me versus Edward 406, so definitely stay tuned for that. Just before I go though, I just want to say, if you want to stay updated about competitive F-Zero, consider following F-Zero Central on Twitter, at F-Zero Central. And also fzerocentral.org is our website. So yeah, thanks for having me.
That's fzerocentral.org. Make sure to go there right now.
Speaking of F-Zero SNES, there seems to be a bit of a movement building saying the runner who first hits White Land 2 double jump decides where to put the money. This sounds like a fantastic idea. Let's keep this rolling. And if no one hits it, put it towards Death Race. Thank you, Dennis, for your $56 donation from Germany.
Thanks for the Death Race donations. All right, you got your Super Nintendo?
In between games, I'm going to take a little bit of a chance to plug a few things here. First of all, is going to be the charity that we're working with, which is the Prevent Cancer Foundation, doing excellent work here. Also going to talk about the two websites and communities that make Games Done Quick possible. That's SDA and SRL. SDA is a group of people that home over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning, planning, marathon discussions, and they welcome gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns or at speeddemosarchive.com. SRL is all about competitive racing for speedruns. And on January 17th, they'll be starting a series of races called Getting Yourself into Speedrunning. That's a really good place to start. Head over to Speedrun's live front page for more information on that. And if you just want to know more about Games Done Quick, head over to gamesdonequick.com. I'm also going to talk a little bit about the Humble Bundle right now. Humble Bundle have been gracious enough to give us a massive push this year, putting us on their front page. They've put together a great bundle with like 9 games, Twitch Turbo subscription, subscription to XSplit Premium. There's a bunch of cool merchandise from our other sponsors. Head over to Humble Bundle for more on that. One of the games you can actually get in there is Speedrunners, which is made by Tiny Build, which is another one of our sponsors. An indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They work with people all around the world to do things, make games, that kind of stuff. Head over to tinybuild.com. Check out them over there. I've got a $50 donation from Crossed who says, I lost my uncle last year, and my family had a tough time going through the holidays without him. I hope that no one will have to go through what I can with what my family has. And I know your efforts with GDQ can help prevent that. Complete respect for what you guys are doing. Step sends a $50 donation saying, my father and 3 out of my 4 grandparents. Nobody avoids this disease affecting their lives. Love the work you do. It's an ingenious way to combine your hobbies and charity. And I love watching pros speedrun these classic games. Thank you, Step. We're going to go to a quick commercial here, and we'll see you on the other side. Gotta read off there. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for letting the Twitch ads play. Just so you know that all of our ad revenue and our subscription revenue this year does go directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Our portion of the subscriptions, as well as Twitch's support portion, does go over there. That $5 is a really easy way to support the stream. Head over to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick to be able to subscribe there. I'm gonna bash out some more donations here while I've got some time. I have a donation from Kay who says, I love the F-Zero block, I love the ridiculous speed, I love the astounding tricks, and I love the amazing music. Let's not forget to go fast and kick Cancer's ass. I can get behind that. A $20 donation from Marcelli M. Says, you guys are doing stuff for a great cause and a great way to draw attention from younger folks. I've recently lost a dear cousin to breast cancer. Thank you for doing the best to raise awareness. Keep up the good work. Cheers from Brazil. Got a $20 donation from Magma Kid that says, all these F-Zero games, fantastic! Thank you very much and keep up the good work. Thank you, Magma Kid. So we're setting up right now for F-Zero SNES run by it's going to be a competitive race between Yazzo and Edward 406. Two of the creative sponsors that you can find that have put stuff into the Humble Bundle that I mentioned earlier. You have the Yeti, which is a t-shirt site that have been supporting us for years. You might hear something about it a bit later here. They have a new design every 24 hours designed specifically for us here at AGDQ, which you can check out over at yeti.com with Games Done Quick. The Yeti is spelled Y-E-T-E-E. Y-E-T-E-E.com, Games Done Quick. And the other one is somethingartistic.net, which is a site that designs decals and stickers that you can put on consoles and computers and your walls and stuff like that. $2 from every decal sold by them this year. this week during this year's marathon. It's being donated directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can find all their decals over at decal.ly. That's decal, D-E-A-L.ly. I'm going to let these tech heads do my here.
Everybody say stuff.
Hello, test.
Hi.
Hey, Naegleria.
Hello, test.
He should be mic 3.
Test. It's just not. Got to get it in closer.
Yeah. Here. I can hold it. You can't. So just use this one. Pass it to me. Here, just face forward. Just don't hang yourself. All right. How's that?
Test. Sure.
Test on this mic. Yeah, I'll hold it here-ish. All right, I'll how's that? Okay, cool. What do you guys prefer?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. You ready?
Yep.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thanks. Good luck to
Thank
you
you.
as well.
Alright, so as you can see, this game is the first of F-Zero, and it's also the least technical one in that sense. But there's still a bunch of tricks you can do.
Yeah, it's not about like the insanely, over-the-top strats. It's all about subtleties, really minor stuff.
As you just saw, they could both cut across the dirt patch to, in a very narrow path, to cut a bit of the track.
So, do I have a bit of time for a bit of a long donation comment here? This is going to be pretty fantastic.
Okay, yeah, go for it, I guess.
All right. The Yeti has donated $14,000. Hey everyone, the Yeti here. We're happy that once again we've kept up the tradition of AGDQ breaking our website. Despite all the RNG yesterday, we still managed to raise a whopping $14,000 for the Prevent Cancer Foundation in our first day alone. We'd like to thank all the runners, staff, t-shirt artists, sponsors, and most of all, everybody supporting the amazing event this year. We have broken our donation down into a couple of incentives that we'd like to see completed. We put $3,964 towards the Battle Block Theatre Complete Secret Stages, which has now been met. We have put $503 towards the Gimmick Best Ending. We put $1,100 towards the Tetris Grandmaster Exhibition Secret Grade Incentive. We put $719 towards the Super Monkey Ball Deluxe. We have put $1,400 towards W-Fist Percent Incentive. We have put $250 towards the Majora's Mask 2 Players 1 Controller. We have $672 towards Vanquish Soda Percent. We have $2,210 towards Warpless Battletoads Percent. And we have $3,167 towards the blindfold sections in Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. That is a massive shout out from everybody on site to the Yeti. And guys, go check out theyeti.com/gamesdonequick. You can be part of such a brilliant donation. Thank you very much, the Yeti.
an interesting trick that the both players just finished in second position, and that was intentionally because the menu is then a lot shorter.
I believe they can save like 60 frames?
About half a second, yeah.
Okay.
And that's a lot in F-Zero.
Yeah. There's the same strat in maximum velocity, and it saves a lot more time there because the first place result screen is like a few seconds longer.
Yeah, about 8 seconds.
Oh, 8, whoa.
Wow.
So that adds up fast. Also, this game has one of the coolest tricks called blast turning. I just love saying that. Basically tapping the A button during turns to maintain, like they want to exit every turn ideally at like 478 or 77.
One of the tricks to save time on this level also is that you can cut across the dirt patches on the track, which normally slows you down quite a lot, but if you use the boost, then you can cut through the rail and through the dirt and take the corners a bit sharper.
Whoa. It's also possible on Mute City 1 and 3 to, the little space between the dirt and the wall, you can drive through that, but that's like stupidly difficult, not really a single segment race friendly.
So yeah, I bounced into a CPU. They are random.
That's one of the most tricky things about running this game in GP mode, that you have to handle all the traffic.
All right, so a quick donation update. F-Zero X, the brake camera incentive has been met, but the death race incentive is still at $1,047 out of 5,000. If you want to see those incentives, please get your donations in now. $50 from Nick Riddle says, first time watching F-Zero, but most certainly not the last. Keep up the good work and make sure to save those animals. $100 from Matt Hackett says, prevent all the cancer. I hope we will. I've got a $40 donation here from Zizzle, who says, I love what you guys are doing. Please put this towards that double jump thingy that's going on. If nobody hits the double jump, put it towards the death race. I get the feeling we're going to be putting it towards death race either way. But you're doing a fantastic job, and greetings from Germany. Thank you, Zizzle.
Caught up a bit.
I believe this track is a lot like driving in NASCAR. This one circle.
Like NASCAR in like a giant tornado.
Yeah.
Because like it might not be easily visible, but there's a wind that blows the vehicles like side to side, and they're like the track is simplistic, but actually going through the optimal racing line is pretty tough.
Yeah, I think it's the fastest track in the game because you're constantly traveling like really fast.
Yeah.
And one of the tricks to get the best times is to cut like really inside the rail when you do the corners.
And on this track, I believe they won't slow down to get second place, just because the second place person is driving a lot slower than they are as they're hitting like all the boost plates and turning just a lot better, so that it's just not worth it to slow down and wait that long for them to get first.
Got a $20 donation here from Fine Motor Skills. He says, making this donation on behalf of my 11-year-old son. He asked me if he could donate some of his allowance. Maybe I should get him into F-Zero speedrunning. What was that URL again?
F0central.org. FZEROCENTRAL.org.
Thank you, Fine Motor Skills.
/ crash that sucker.
It's becoming a tradition.
And on this game's like simpler advanced tech. I think on Mute City 1, there's over 100 people on the ladder with sub 2-minute time, but there's like 4 people with sub 158.
No, you won't.
One? Oh,
No, just one, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like this game isn't about. It's about saving like each individual like centisecond, where other games you'd usually save like seconds alone.
Yeah, on the more straightforward tracks like that one that I just played, it's all very close. This track is more difficult. There's a chicane turn, and especially on the opener lap, it's really difficult to get through it at high speeds. Edward just nailed it. Yeah, another trick to get through it at least reasonably good is what Yazzo just did, and just go for a wall bounce.
During a lot of these turns, you can pretty much tell how well they performed it by how close their speed is to 478. Generally, they'll be approaching, probably most of them on like lap 2, they'll be approaching from 478. And if they can like stay above like 470 after like most turns, that's like a well-made turn. For 90-degree turns, for 180 or the chicane turns, it's a lot. Like staying above like 430 is like pretty good.
Korgor sends us a $50 donation saying, greetings and salutations from Germany. I lost 2 uncles in 2 years to cancer. You guys are doing an awesome job. Kill the animals and long live Tazbot.
Ooh, and that's 430 if you're taking like the smoothest line. You can take a much tighter line on boost laps and then boost right after, which is what they're doing to save a little more time.
You can cut through the inside of the rails to make it a little easier.
Abdullah sends us $250 and Millie just says, awesome job guys, much respect. Thank you for your donation.
Oh my god. Alright.
Gonna need that.
Foot percent.
Flyfinder sends me $27 and says, "Hey guys, I've been following AGDQ and SGDQ since 2012, and always a pleasure to watch some awesome speedruns for a good start into the year. A good summer holidays also. Fortunately, I haven't lost anyone to cancer yet, and I prefer it to stay that way. Your combined efforts really make the world a better place. Thank you for everything. Looking forward to a lot of upcoming speedruns. Greetings to everybody involved from Hamburg, Germany."
Oh, and Cosmo Courtney, you might be watching. If you can find a way to hack F-Zero SNES so that it plays by this camera in default, that would be hilarious. Please make that. Good menuing from Ed, which these games menus, to go through them optimally, it's not as easy as it looks. Solid.
You can see that they get the CPU bounce, and on the Mute CD tracks they use the Blue Falcon because that gives the most speed, but it usually catches up so late in the track on some other tracks that they go for the Wild Goose instead.
I think the option, like a tool-assisted speedrun, would use Golden Fox on a few levels because at least one level that I know of, just because it has the highest acceleration, so it'll give them the biggest boost at the start. But you need to like snake over extremely fast in order to get it.
$25 from Zero DPX says, "F-Zero Block was one of the highlights of AGDQ 2014. And here's $25 for the Death Race to make it a 2015 highlight as well. Shout out to Bob T. Goldfish, the donation processors, and also Durango AC and the Tazbot crew for blowing Twitch chat's mind last night." Yeah, that was pretty something fantastic to see. L. Brown sends $50 and says, "Lost my mother in 2006 and a good friend last year. Hopefully we can begin to get the varying strains and types of cancers pinned down and cures found." Thank you for your donation, L. Brown. $25 from Tonsant Millie just says, "Let's go Death Race." So yes, let's go Death Race.
You can see also some of the more advanced techniques in the game, and that's you're using a brake during when you're boosting. Yeah, because the boost, the speed cycles up from 478 to I believe 5 in the 560s. And if on the deceleration part, if you use a brake tap, you can make that go faster, so the speed stays up longer in the higher range of the cycle.
And for the shortcut they do at the start of the boost laps in this level, if they land outside the track, they'll just crash. But if they land on the track in a place they're not supposed to, it resets them in a weird way. They want to land and then turn left, so they get put in the fastest position, or reset to the position as fast as possible.
Yeah, and normally that would still be slower, but if you use a boost right after, then you're back up to speed and it saves time.
Since we've got some people donating for the Death Race, let's give that a quick update. We're at $1,311 out of 5,000 to get your money in the Death Race at the end of F-Zero X. We have $100 from JK that says, "Kill cancer, save the animals." $25 from Trampoline Tail says, "Hey everybody, please put my money towards naming Barrett Stuart S in honor of Stuart Scott, a sportcaster who recently passed away yesterday after a long fight with cancer. My brother remembers watching him every morning on SportsCenter since he was young and was very torn up last night. No one should have to go through losing someone they know and love to a terrible disease. I truly believe that AGDQ 2015 is just another step towards finally ridding the world of cancer. Keep up the awesome run, guys." Thank you, Trampoline Tales. Irish Rose sends $50 merely saying, "We love to watch Edward 406 play." Let's see if he can make those double jumps.
Pressure's on.
Who was that again?
Irish Rose.
That's my mom.
Shoutouts to 406 mom.
As you can see, Edward just did a little shortcut on Red Canyon, which you can only do if you land like on the back part of the last jump blade, or if you use a boost. It's actually quite precise.
$20 from TLM says, "For my aunt who spent Christmas in hospital due to cancer. Keep up the great work, everybody." Thank you, TLM.
And in regards to like how this game is really about those really tiny time savers, the White Land 2 jump that is all a commotion right now, that saves 0.2 seconds.
But how much does it cost if they miss it?
They die and they have to reset.
I've got $25 from Scombies, who merely says, "You guys can put the money to a much better use than I can. Best of luck." Thank you, Scombies.
Oh yeah, for this one we just do a first place finish because for some reason the second place finish is always really inconsistent. Takes a lot of time for the Golden Fox or whoever's behind you to catch up.
$20 from Matonk says, "Glad to see an awesome series like F-Zero being run and kept alive. Can't wait to see the GX run coming up. Keep up the awesome work and let's see that death race happen. P.S. Nintendo, if you're watching, bring back F-Zero on Wii U." I think we can get some support for that, right?
Yeah.
I said we can get some support for that, right?
Oh yeah.
In all honesty, they're probably just going to work on another Mario Kart title, but if they would release Expansion Kit and F-Zero Climax on Virtual Console, that would be really cool. So, if you are listening, Nintendo, please do that.
Random Weirdo, and that's actually the person's username. I'm not just calling them a random weirdo. Sends $25 and says, "Always nice to see AGDQ. Since this is a speedrun event, let's kill those animals." Phyllis says, "I didn't lose anybody to cancer, but here's to helping more people experience the same fortune. Keep up the good work, guys. You make us proud to be gamers." Thank you for your $20, my friend. Kind of just being quiet so people can hear the amazing.
Frame perfect. I heard that gasp. Or that sigh.
And just to use the music as a bit of a segue, because I'm a beast like that, one of our sponsors is Turtle Beach, who transform your gaming world with a selection of cutting-edge technologies, creating a product that completes your high-definition gaming experience, and they put you a step up on the standard headset competition. Check them out at turtlebeach.com. So since we've had quite a few donations for them recently, I'm going to give you a bit of an update on the animals.
A little one.
So right now,
I think
Save the Animals is sitting at $7,345.
Get the extra 40 kilometers per hour.
And our Kill the Animals is sitting at 5,741. So if you guys want the correct answer, which is Kill the Animals, it is actually time to start donating. This is a speed run. we gotta go fast.
That was
That's it, though.
That's it. And one junior and then one
senior.
Fully, yeah, senior.
This is a really bad idea.
Remember what happened last year?
Don't worry about it.
I have a feeling Yazzo's gonna win by a landslide.
Okay, so not to put too much pressure on you for these double jumps, but there is $166 riding on whoever actually hits it first. So good luck with that.
I've never practiced it, so.
Well, that means you can hit it first time, right?
Yeah, in terms of like time saved compared to like difficulty learning, it's probably like the lowest of, like the ratio is just terrible for it. You were thinking about it.
I was. Oof.
Still fairly close, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, King Cup, like one wall crash in Firefield will make up a lot of lost time.
Yeah, and the King Cup is definitely the most difficult of the difficult tracks, especially that Wind 2 and Firefield. And anything can happen.
Those will be the two determiners.
Not just in like if you're going for like an IL and time attack, Deathwind 2 is pretty bad, or hard rather. With Grand Prix, like dodging the AI in that level is probably one of the hardest in the game.
Nah, Deathwind 2 is definitely the hardest.
Well, Firefield, like it's either that or Firefield. I'm not sure.
Now, Firefield, they sometimes run into mines and then bounce into you.
Yeah.
Zoda sends $20 saying, put this towards the F-Zero on Wii U donation incentive. I'm not sure we actually have one of those, but...
I wish we did.
Casual Noob sends us $20 saying, hey guys, keep up the good work and raise up that awesome F-Zero music. We want to be able to actually hear the commentary, so we're not going to raise it up too loud, so...
Yeah, if you noticed the way the like Red Canyon 1 and 2 and all the other like sequels to tracks, they had like essentially they had both tracks laid out at the same time, and they had like different forks or it would split off. But Mute City 1 is pretty much an exact copy of Mute City 3 is an exact copy of Mute City 1, but it has mines, and that's pretty much the difference. Which actually does make it quite a bit harder to get a really solid time in.
It's kind of a tricky minefield.
Yeah. Because it's right in like the hardest section of the level to go fast in, pretty much.
$50 from Paganista says, it's awesome to see you guys and how much you are showing video games contribute towards a good cause. Here's to beating cancer. And a donation from Haley Mulch that says, I lost my auntie over 10 years ago to cancer, and no one should ever have to suffer through this dreadful disease. This is my first year watching, and I'm enjoying the F-Zero block. Such an honorable thing you're doing. Keep it up. Best wishes from Ireland. Thank you, Haley. $60 from Scruffy the janitor, who says, keep up the good work and let's see this death race happen. WMJ.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about what's going to happen in the death race so that people have an idea of what they're donating for?
It's a special mode in F-Zero X where you have to destroy all the computer ships as fast as possible on a special track.
So it's kind of a demolition derby kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Deathwind 2 is like Deathwind 1, there's a lot of wind around that pushes the ship. But it's much more difficult with the cornering and the traffic.
Yes for sends $20 saying, greetings from Sweden. I just got back from the hospital after being x-rayed for kidney cancer. My sister is recovering from ovarian cancer surgery. She was diagnosed a month ago. Take my money and fight this horrible sickness. Oh, and kill the animal.
My god. Alright, so I might die.
Yeah, one of the dangers of this track is intentionally using wall bounces to get through the corners fast, but if you get bounced the wrong way, you can get really like a pinball machine effect.
I want to give a quick shout out to World 9 Gaming, who are the group that have been helping out with the practice room here at AGDQ. They were put together in 2005. They are a premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest. Their dedicated staff has tournament expertise and expansive collection of games and consoles. Check them out at world9gaming.com. That's the number 9.
Oh, and we've been calling it Boost, but in this game, it's the Superjet. What the S stands for.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good example of how one computer vehicle can really mess you up.
Oh man.
Yazzo needs to do a really good final lap, because you need to finish within the first 3 positions.
I apologize in advance if I butcher your name, but Asuta Sikaru donates $20 saying, the timeline must be preserved. Save the animals.
Alright, glad I don't have to play this track in a while.
Nin sends $25 saying, haven't ever lost anybody to cancer, but I can't imagine the pain some go through because of it. So let's put this towards blasting cancer out into the stratosphere and beyond. I can get with that.
This is the track that Port Town Great Wings was based off of in Climax. And it's also in F-Zero X coming up after.
Yeah, I think the track map is pretty much an exact copy
Yeah.
of F-Zero X.
They just added a little bit of verticality to it.
$45 from Gygus, who merely says, "You cannot grasp the true form of this donation." A couple of conflicting donations here. First, from the Mario Addict. Says, "What are you talking about, announcer? The correct answer is always save the animals, so let's do it." And then we have $50 from Wuzzy the Pooh, who says, "Hi there, let's keep up the awesome work. Please kill the animals with fire." So, I'm just... $45 from MLA Format, who says, "First time watching AGDQ, and boy is it amazing. Welcome, MLA. I've had a few members of my family get cancer and thankfully fight through and become cancer free. I can't wait to see what the rest of the event has in store. Keep up the great work and let's see the death race happen."
Yeah, that shortcut that you can do in Climax is not really possible here.
Yomi sends $20 to say, "Save them animals, kill them deities." Huganosh sends 15 and says, "Hey guys, loving the run so far. I lost an uncle to cancer and I'm very close to losing my grandfather, so I appreciate the cause you guys are supporting. Let's see that death race. Stay strong, Huganosh." And the cause we are supporting is the Prevent Cancer Foundation, who have funded more than 480 grants and fellowships at more than 150 different academic institutions and medical centers across the country. Some of those grants have even been funded by the money that we here at AGDQ raised in the past. So thank you to the PTF for doing that.
Firefield is a very difficult track to play, and like that one too, some of the corners are just too tight to take with the Fire Stingray, so they will use some wild bounces. Which is a lot more difficult than it looks.
TJ Mason sends in $20. It says, "Coming down with the flu is not how I wanted to start the new year. But at least I've got AGDQ to entertain me until I recover. Save the frames, kill the animal." $50 from Logically Sound says, I lost my old man to esophageal cancer. Love what you guys are doing. Save the animals. My condolences, Logically. $25 from Bommy says, cancer is all over the world. Nice to see it being fought by the gaming community. Shout out to Yazzo from Mom and Dad.
That was a bad CPU there. Good computer at home.
The difference is about 1 lap.
Squeezing through.
Gotta go for it.
You make bad decisions. You're so lucky you get away with this.
Got $100 from Chad Knight, who says, good luck to all the runners for the rest of the F-Zero block. Hope that the bots don't troll you. Here's to the death race. Hype! Hype!
Get ready for time.
Oh yeah, time's when he crosses the line.
Time.
Nice.
That's very good.
Yeah,
That's, yeah.
12 seconds from your world record? Or 12 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah, that's very good.
40 minutes, 20 seconds, .15.
And this will be a good fire field for me. I'm happy with that at least. And
actually, that's
time. And that's a tied PB. New PB even.
What? Yeah, that was a second faster than what Ed did there.
Yeah, but I think it's actually like a new PB as well.
Yeah, it's a new PB for you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good job. It's a very strong finish.
What was my speedrun time?
What time did you get overall? Oh, you stopped it? Oh.
Oh. Well, we can. Yeah, my PB is 40:58, so probably close to it.
Let's hear it again for our runners, Yazzo and Edward 406.
Good race, man.
Yeah, good job, man. Definitely.
Coming up next will be F-Zero X, run by WMJ. I was sitting in the practice room with him watching this a little bit yesterday, and just like Superman was the movie that will make you believe that a man can fly, this will be the game that will make you believe a car can fly. I'm really not joking.
Yeah, you can fly in F-Zero X.
No, F-Zero X will fly
I thought he was playing Ace Combat for a little while. It was like, what? So did anybody hit the double jump?
Ed hit it.
You did?
Yep.
So are we putting it towards the death race?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So that whole competition was kind of worthless, really, because you were just going to put it in death race anyway. Thanks, Edward.
No problem.
You've ruined the suspense.
We're going to add that, and then we'll get a new total for the death race. And we're going to keep death race open to the end of the X-Zero X run, right?
What's the death race at?
That's what we're going to do right now. We're going to add that, and then we're going to get a new total. So.
All staff ghosts.
Oh.
Both of them are all staff ghosts.
TG Talcon sends $150 and says, roses are red, violets are blue. Let's kill those animals. Boom, boom, boom.
Get louder setup, I guess? Or?
Yeah.
We're going to throw to a bit of a Twitch commercial here, and we'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, folks, from that Twitch commercial. So we're going to go ahead and get everything rolling here. While WMJ is getting set up, let's get you an update on Death Race. I've got it right here. Which is that we're sitting right now at $2,298 out of 5,000. You guys have to get your donations in if you want to see the Demolition Derby to end all Demolition Derbies. Get a few more donations in here. $25 from Ricer X, who says, here's to all the runners and staff for putting on such a great event. Always enjoy watching F-Zero at GDQs, so let's make this block even more hype with the Death Race. Hype! Cupscake sends us $20 saying, cancer-free for a decade here and counting. Thank you for your hard work and entertainment. Keep it up. You are welcome, Cupscake. Raffalino01 sends us $10 and says, my mother had cancer years ago and now she's cured. Love your cancer and have $10 from me. Good luck. Have fun. And he's like, oh, big old smiley face emoticon. So thank you, Ralphino. That guitar riff, yo. I hope so, because otherwise I'd sound really stupid. $50 from Zatulu. I apologize if I completely butchered your name. Simply says, thanks for being amazing. We'll donate more later on. Kill cancer and kill the animals. $100 from Nicholas Taylor, who says, I donated earlier in the F-Zero block, but I just can't stop. I lost my mother to cancer 2 years ago, so love what you guys are doing. Let's get rid of this horrible disease, F-Zero X, F-Zero GX, and most importantly, Death Race hype.
Good. Great. Perfect. Okay.
Is my mic okay?
All right. So we're ready to go? All right.
All right. I'll count down. Yes. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, guys in the room, let's hear it for WMJ in this race.
So the first thing he's going to do is crash into a wall. And this is actually faster. Walls in this game don't really have collision. Oh, they only have friction. So it's like he's just sliding normally. And he can get up to speed, speeds really fast with sliding, so he wants to do that. Are you going to go for it?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay. So there's another thing called the air-ground glitch, AGG. So right now the game thinks he's on the ground, but he's actually flying. So anything on the ground that he passes over, like a refiller, it'll be applied. So he's going to regain energy here now. And it's like there's still checkpoints in the game he has to pass, so he needs to move very carefully through the air. And then he can dive down onto the track. Oh!
I missed it.
It's stupidly difficult.
Yeah, what actually happened there when I turned in the air, the checkpoint didn't trigger that I had passed the refiller, so it went back right into it.
You guys doubted the cars could fly. I have $500 here from Victor Kruger, who says, as I hold my newborn baby that graces with her presence in December, I hope that she doesn't ever experience the pain and suffering that others have with cancer. I'd like to know everyone must consider the animals as if they were cancer. Kill them all. Can you give a roll call and a quick explanation of the category you're playing?
I'm Naegleria, playing as WMJ, and Yazzo's on the couch beside me. Oh, wow. Right now he's doing beat all staff ghosts. So there's
24
staff ghosts, and he's going to poop on every single one of them.
All right.
What was that? 108. Wow. So we saw a bunch of tricks there that's going to take some time to explain. Air-ground glitch, which is like the one where he's flying around. And what that lets him really do is get up really high and then do a long double tap dive down. Double tap dive is when you do a side attack, which is double tapping strafe. And if you're sideways, like 90 degrees exactly, you get a ton of speed. If you're like less of an angle, you'll still get a lot of speed, but the more flat you are, the less it is. And the way sliding works is that you'll go to like around like 960 to 1,000 kilometers an hour if you're doing it pretty well. And if you're boosting while you slide, you'll get like 1,200 or more like instantly. So at the start of some laps, they'll do like a boost slide right at the start. Ooh, a diagonal dive, nice. So a diagonal dive is like it's a really weird trick. I genuinely don't know how it works. Sorry.
Yeah, you don't do side attacks in a diagonal dive, but you position the ship in just the right way that it like flies diagonally, and you can hold the stick in a certain position to enhance the angle. And
yeah, if you push it down a little.
Speed.
You guys down there know someone called KVD?
KVD? Yeah.
He sends in $20 saying, hey guys, KVD here. Here's to Wooter, the Han Solo of F-Zero X. Make Team NLG proud. Also put this to the death race. For AGDQ, I hope you guys Falcon Punch cancer for good. Thank you, KVD.
So yeah, he's doing little double tap dives off the edge of the tunnels there. Twin Narita and Bloodhawk are going to be the choice vehicles here. Twin Narita is the lightest vehicle in the game, and Bloodhawk is also fairly light, but they both have a boost, which is like absolutely must-have for the choice vehicles in this game. Twin Narita is used because it has it's slightly better for jumper settings, they call, when they're max acceleration would be used for sliding, and then anything more to the right would be jumper settings. Twin Narita also gets slightly more speed from double tap dives.
I really wish people would stop sending me donation comments that might get them fired. Fire Time sends me $1,000 saying, the best part of being head of IT is I get to unblock Twitch twice a year. Let's see Death Race.
This level is like, there's no crazy air tricks. It's about like how well can you slide, and sliding in this game it's fairly simple to do. You just turn one direction and strafe the other, like in Climax earlier. But optimizing it is like very, very difficult, especially when you incorporate boosting into it. Boost slides are also it's like exponentially harder to optimize. At least I think it is.
Well, one of the most crucial tricks I did on this track is on the opener, when I used this booster on the track to do a boost rail slide.
Yeah.
And that gets me to such a speed that it really makes a big difference on the opener when you don't have otherwise any boost.
If you just hit it and went straight, you'd get like 970 to 1,000 kilometers an hour. But once you start boost sliding, you get shot like right to 1,200-ish. This does cost energy, however, so it's like you need to make the speed-energy trade-off.
I got $100.01. Okay, that's slightly different. But $100.01 from Foos Baba Ganosh, who merely just says, cheers.
If anyone's called serious time in the marathon, like, this is serious time.
Yeah, this is probably the hardest track. At least I'm playing it in a way that makes it hard. Alright.
Alright. So, yeah, gravity and cylinders in this game, it's very, very easy to fly off. And he's utilizing that to fly up above the cylinder to get a double tap dive further along the track. All right, yeah. Port Town. This is like, for most people playing this game, this is probably where they first learn how to do a double tap dive. And it's just generally like a really good level for just sliding and going fast.
Lang sends $10 saying, my good friend and F-Zero enthusiast is stuck at work for this, so I'm making a donation on behalf of Captain Catboy. Let's put it towards Death Race. Party Star Gaming sends $20 saying the F-Zero block is hype. Best of luck to WMJ and a big hug for that cowboy over there. James sends $40 saying, keep it up, death race, please. Just a quick bit of an update on the death race. We are at $3,100 out of 5,000. We've got to the end of this game to meet that 5,000. So if you want to see that, get those donations in.
Good, nice. So with turns in this game, generally you're going to want to be sliding unless you're like going really fast. So when you are sliding, you'll be sent up to like 960 to do 1,000-ish kilometers. But also if you're going like 1,400, you'll be sent down to it. So after doing a long double tap dive, you're going to want to mainly do just side attack turns because sliding would slow you down.
This track has a particularly difficult dive. You have to be just in the right position to get it, and if you're slightly off, you crash.
It's like a combination double tap dive and diagonal dive, I think.
No, it's just a double tap dive.
Oh, it's.
But
really,
what makes it strange is that the track is like half upside down or something, like twisting.
And the camera like inverts.
Yeah.
I've got $10 here from Zyroplex who says, save the animals, kill the F-Zero racers. Wait, what?
So death race? I think.
Race hope?
All right.
Oh yeah, Crazy Bear is more optimal that level purely because it has more weight, which makes it lose speed at a better rate essentially than compared to Bloodhawk. So after that, doing that one double tap dive, you can maintain speed for the race.
Yeah, it also has a stronger body.
Oh yeah, stronger body. So when you're doing a rail slide, you lose less energy.
Kona Rican says, you were right, I doubted, but now I believe. Save the cars, save the death race, save the animals.
When you're doing a double tap dive, it's very hard to control like the angle you're diving at, which makes this level in particular very, very difficult.
$25 from Dave Attempt says, our bacon supplies are running low. Got to kill the animals to replenish the stock.
Alright, the next track is going to be interesting. Last year, CGN donated for me to do a very difficult trick. And I didn't make it then, but I'm going to try it now. Alright, that's it.
You need serious time for this, or can I do donation?
I'd wait till the track's
okay,
over.
Cool. $10 from Jasper. Here's another $10 for Team NLG and Wooda there. Put it to his death race and F-Zero hype. Hype.
Yeah, shout outs to all the NLG crew.
Tiller sends $5 saying, I'm always sad when I hear the announcer try to start something like hype, but nobody in the room follows him. You're not alone, I promise. I assure you, Tiller, there are many people in the room that are hype. See? $25 from Taz31. Taz with like 6 Z's. I lost my mother and grandmother to cancer. Let's kill cancer and the animals. Put some of this towards the Boshi 100% run because I want to see Witwick's 100% a game I couldn't get past the second screen on. So hopefully you'll get to see your wish. I'm gonna rattle off some donations here. Janitor, $50, Death Race, baby. ZXMX, $25. ZXMX approves the Death Race. $40 from Spoopy. I want that Death Race. Please do your best, everybody. And I want that Spoopy. I want that Death Race. Please do your best, everybody. And I want that Radiant Dawn. $50 from Seraphix8. I gotta donate during WMJ, pummeling the staff ghosts. Put this towards Death Race. Thank you so much for all your donations. Get an update on that Death Race for you guys. We're now at 3,635 out of 5,000. So you want to see more Demolition Derby style action? Get those donations in.
You went for the diagonal dive. Wow.
$50 from Trey13. I lost my mother to cancer 20 years ago this year. I can think of no better way to use my money than to keep another 7-year-old from having to go through the same thing. Everybody have a great run and let's break some personal bests. Thank you, Trey. $20 from Dan Soup asks, can we sponsor a cancer treatment called Falcon Punch? Wonderkin with $10 says, the only way to live is the Death Race. Alonia sends $100 saying, keep the good work going. I hopefully we will. Show Ranger asks a question. The runners keep talking about the best F-Zero cars, but which are the worst F-Zero cars?
Space Angler, Silverette. Yeah, in GX it's Silverette by a long shot.
In this game, if for time attack, it's definitely the Black Bull. Which is funny because in GX it's like one of the best cars.
And Bloodhawk isn't that great.
Again, I would have liked to apologize ahead of time if I butcher your name, but Koyani Kwatsi donates $50 saying, I lost my dad to leukemia when I was young. Everything can be done to prevent others from having to go through that same thing is worth supporting. AGDQ is such a great event, it's just a bonus. $50 from Christopher Miller. God bless all of you involved with AGDQ. Thank you very much.
All right.
That's a pretty scary like double tap dive to do because the turn right after it is really hard to make at high speeds.
Yeah, usually if you do crash on the final lap, then you still finish.
Ooh, Firefield, this...
Yeah, the King Cup, like in the SNES version, is definitely the most difficult.
$5 from Marcus Ramson asks a very interesting question. Can we just have animal death race. Peter Kerouac from room 228 sends $300 for the death race. Thank you, Peter. Tom Forks sends $25 saying, what a waste it would be to kill the animals. I say save them and use them as a backup food supply later.
That's, yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah.
CGN, last AGDQ, he spent more time playing this than GX. He wanted that fire field time.
It's probably true, yeah.
And just another update, Death Race is now up to $4,102 out of 5,000. Let's keep that Death Race hype rolling. See, I told you they were hype. $20 from Will says, I don't know what a Death Race is, but I want it. We have a $1.01 donation from Alan Haight that says, this may not be much of a donation, but I really like what you guys are doing. Keep it up and show me your moves in the Death Race. That makes an excellent point. Any donation can help us out, from $1 to as much as you want to donate. And if you can't donate, please don't feel guilty. You can watch ads.
Yeah! That was so close.
Yeah.
Well, that thought just got derailed. So, as I was saying, you can watch the ads on Twitch. Please share us on social media with the hashtag AGDQ 2015. And why not? Let's get some hashtag Death Race hype out there as well. That way, you might be able to bring someone in that might be able to donate. Someone new that hasn't seen us. Someone that's been waiting to donate. Anything you can do to spread the awareness of what we do allows us to spread awareness with the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Make some absolutely brilliant money for a fantastic charity.
Loop skip, nice.
Close. Right close. Right.
$25 from Grim15 says, my grandmother and aunt both recently overcame lung and bone cancers respectively. You guys are doing a heck of a job here. Thank you so much. Thank you for your donation, Grim.
This was really one of the hardest tracks for me in the run.
Yeah, the loop skip is, you need to go really, really fast to get it, and even if you have enough speed, managing through the checkpoints and landing with speed.
I'm glad that I made it.
Yeah. This track has another like floating trick right after this turn.
We have a $100 donation from our very own Velociraptor42, who is taking care of our on-site donations right down the front here. He says, just because I'm processing donations doesn't mean I can't make one. Thank you everybody for making my first GDQ awesome, and go Death Race! $20 from Zarkov. Saying, I'm donating just to say hi to that sexy cowboy in the back. Hi, Patrick, from your friend, Zarkov. Nick Reed says $50. Death Race? Sure. $50 from Good News says, I'm homesick today, and the only thing that's going to cure this cold is Death Race. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we have Death Race! Ooh. Death Race, hype!
If you side attack on a half pipe, it's like doing a double tap dive in the air. Diagonal dive? Oh, double tap dive, yeah. During that jump, he needs to change his pitch, roll, and yaw to be a right angle, so it's not an easy jump.
I think that's an understatement.
yeah, it's...
All right.
That was a good run. Yeah. Recently, someone translated an interview from the developers of this game, and the programmer Kaizo Ota said that he knew about side attacks on half pipe being faster, but he left it in because he thought it was cool. So thank you, Kaizo Ota.
This is a bit of a tricky track because if you go really fast, sometimes the jumps don't work. They glitch out like this.
Yep. The idea behind that is if from one frame and the next frame the vehicle isn't making contact with the jump plate, it won't consider it having actually hit it. So you can just go straight through a jump plate and not get a jump. Oh.
This is some bad luck.
Silver sends us $5 sound. It sounds a bit like seagulls from Finding Nemo in this room with all the hype. Starroot sends $50 saying, I love seeing all the support and giving gamers a good name. My heart goes out to everybody that's ever had to deal with this horrible disease. Thank you, Starroot. It's amazing of you.
Speaking of sound, like the sounds in this game, I just really like. Even just like sliding, the carving steel sound or whatever it is, just really cool. A lot of the audio in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the expansion kit connected because that would give Rainbow Road a really cool soundtrack.
If only it was released on Virtual Console.
Come on, Nintendo,
Right,
what you
Nintendo?
doing?
Please.
Zytix sends $50 saying, I'm happy to donate to the F-Zero space program and its subsequent destruction of all their machines. Never stop hyping, AGDQ. $50 from Cripper says an amazing AGDQ so far and cannot wait for the Metroid block, which of course means the animals need to die. Speaking of the Metroid block, one of the absolutely brilliant designs that's been done for us this year on the Yeti over at the yeti.com/AGDQ, that's the Yeti, YET.com, is a fantastic Kill or Save the Animals piece from the Yeti. They're great supporters of ours. Head over there, $3 from each of their sales does go towards AGDQ and the Prevent Cancer Foundation, as we can tell from the $14,000 donation they made earlier. They like to spread the money about a bit.
Ooh.
Oops. So, what is traditionally a 6-minute track, he did in 1:40.
Evil Mouse sends $20 saying, "There's a lot of speed, hate, and frame wasting types watching AGDQ this year. Remember, kids, save frames and kill the animals."
For the people watching this that really want to play F-Zero X and try out all this crazy cool stuff, I recommend this level to practice sliding. It's just all the turns are just really well suited to Bloodhawk sliding.
And which website would they go to?
If they want to learn about F-Zero X and other F-Zero games, they should go to F0central.org.
What's funny is that the staff ghost is also playing with in the sliding strategy like this. So if you want to learn a game, you can see if you can keep up with it.
Kitsune91 says $30 and says, "Discovered AGDQ at the end of 2013 and would love to help support the cause once again. You are all extremely awesome and I really respect all that you do. Keep up the amazing work, everybody, and here's to another year." And then about 3 or 4 less than 3 hearts. So thank you very much, Kitsune.
Space Plant. This is the last, like, crazy level, and it's one of the crazier ones. He needs to get at least 960-ish. He was just a little shy.
What makes it difficult is that you have to, in addition to real sliding, also hold down the whole time. That makes it tricky to get the angle right.
Yeah, even when you're on the ground, you still have some form of air control. So if you're going over a curved track, even if you would normally not fly off, if you hold down, you can just zip up into the air.
Ooh. Yeah, this is a really tricky level.
$50 from Grimmages, who says, "I lost my grandmother to lung cancer and I hope one day people won't have to suffer like that. Thanks for putting on this event and thanks to the runners, organizers, and everybody else." Thank you, Grimmages. Meggy Toast sends us $50. It just says, "Thank you for all the awesome work that you do. The event is truly inspiring." Thank you, Meggy Toast. This is very to the point. Tenchi sends $50 and merely says, "Kill the animals."
Ooh. Nice air slide. That's...
Okay, so even though the death race hype is real and the death race has been met, we do have a few more donation incentives coming up. Later on with Battle Block Theater, that has been met thanks to the Yeti. We have the Metal Slug Advanced Character Bid War. We have the Metal Slug Advanced Character Bid Wars to play as either Tyra or Walter. Right now, Tyra is in the lead with $96 to Walter's 0. If you're a fan of Walter, it's time to start donating.
So yeah, even if you're going straight into like a kill plane, as long as you are above the finish line, it'll count. So traditionally, you do a double tap suicide finish on space plane.
We also have a River City Ransom 100% donation incentive, which is to save the girlfriend against Don't Save the Girlfriend. Right now, Save the Girlfriend is winning by $779 to $50. So if you want to leave the girlfriend behind, now is time to donate.
This level has a lot of like mini double tap dives, and they're all pretty hard to like initiate. You need to get in the air at like pretty specific spots and angles.
Especially the one when you do out of the tunnel.
Yeah.
As you can see in the track layout, it's pretty much the same as the SNES version. Wartime 2.
Alright, so for those of you that are on site and those of you who are watching, there's been these really cool folks who've set up some pinball machines for us outside to play on while when people aren't running or while they're watching and everything. Pinball Joe has actually donated a Swords of Fury pinball machine as a grand prize for AGDQ 2015. They just finalized this right now. And that's it. You can actually get the pinball machine shipped to you at home and help an awesome charity at the same time. Because this is a very special prize, the minimum bid on this is $50, and you can get up to 4 bids to enter yourself into the pool. If you donate a total of $200, you will have four chances to win this in the pool. They've also provided the pinball machines here at the venue. You can actually watch the people playing on pinballdonequick.com.
Really?
Yeah, you actually can. Yeah.
Cool.
So, can we get a big hand for Pinball Joe for that absolute brilliant donation? Harrison9 sends us a tale saying, back when my brothers and I played F-Zero X, the real death race was when we were doing standard races. And there was a race to see who could die first, just so they could play the roulettes to screw over the other racers.
All right, the last track.
The last track, let's hear some hype, crowd.
So, despite being a somewhat simple track, optimal sliding and boosting on this level is still pretty significant. Like, Wouter's time is like 10 seconds faster than I've ever done. Like, you can get a lot of extra time saved from just like using the simple sliding and, or not exactly simple, just optimizing the sliding and boost here.
Yeah, a lot of the corners are also quite tricky to slide well. Like some of the little fingers of the hand. Sometimes that happens.
Oh yeah, in F-Zero Climax, the level editor thing has like 3 preset levels, and one of them is big hand, but it's a left hand. So, fun trivia.
Just to clear up something quickly, since we had a couple of donations come in since I announced it, you do not need to specify your donation to go towards any prizes. That includes the pinball machine. You will be automatically entered into any prizes that you are eligible for. please put your money towards donation incentives that you see in the bid tracker, because that's what's going to keep us entertaining you even longer.
Hitting 1300 there after that is a pretty good speed.
Michelle sends $100 and says, I love what you're doing. Not only do I love speedruns, but my mother died from cancer, so I know that funding PCF is important. Thanks to all of you.
Get ready for time. And time.
Sub
All right.
40.
Sub 40.
That's good.
Wow.
All right, then I have one more track to play.
I'm sorry, there's not enough hype in this room. Come on!
All right, let's get started. Well, the dead race times itself, so you can see whatever I get. I prefer the crazy beer for this because it's really heavy and has a strong body. Smash the other cars.
So, hitting a vehicle with a side attack is actually like, usually it won't kill them. Like that'll happen. Like you need to hit them dead on in order to actually kill them. Yeah.
Like one of the tricks to get a good time is to leave no one behind.
Yeah, and like comboing them together, like getting 2 or 3 at a time.
Yeah. What? I don't know where the other two are.
I think you launched him forward.
Pretty fast then.
There was deep claw. And now.
Oh, we're missing.
Might be worth it just to like stop. Yeah. So that's one. Yeah, if you miss a vehicle, it's really important that as you pass through, you try and kill every single one. Because if you miss one, there he is.
Get him.
Who was that? Astro Robin. And so the timer stops if you die, and that's actually faster to do that. Yeah.
It's a shame that I didn't fall off as well.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. Next up is Shadowjacky.
Ladies and gentlemen, WMJ! Now, the GX run that's coming up here is actually going to be fairly unfair for the computer, even if it wasn't before, because it's kind of 3-on-1, because we're going to have a tag team thing going on with Zewing, Naegleria, and AKC. So, we're going to get some donations here. Whale Texture donates $20 and says, you know, why stop at not saving the girlfriend? Why can't we kill the girlfriend? Oh my God. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we're setting up for S0GX, we're going to head off to a Twitch commercial, and we will see you on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all out there in Twitch land? Once again, I am going to mention a big shout out to Twitch because they are donating all of their part of all of the proceeds that we make here at towards PCF. So all of our subscription money does go directly to PCF. All $5 of your subscription. That's another way to really easily put some money into the pockets of PCF and get yourself some awesome emotes to spam in our chat. Got $50 here from Chrono5, who says, great cause and great event. I've had 2 grandparents diagnosed with cancer and I'm grateful they were both able to survive it. Good luck to the runners and everyone who has cancer or a family member battling it. The Yam donates $50 and is like, why can't we all get along and only kill like half the animals? I'm not sure that's an option, Yam, but thank you anyway. The Sound Defense says, by sacrificing innocent creatures to save frames, are we not the true animals? This money goes to saving the animals. Connor sends $50 and says, glad to see this awesome event again. My father passed away from esophageal cancer, so I'm glad I could help this cause. Just to talk a little bit about who we are here at Games Done Quick. We're an annual marathon. Well, AGDQ is an annual marathon that happens every January. It features members of both Speed Demos Archive, otherwise known as SDA, Speedruns Live, otherwise known as SRL. SDA hosts about 1,000 games and forums containing speedrunning planning and marathon discussions and that kind of thing. Welcome to gamers old, new, somewhere in the middle. Follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit their website over at speeddemosarchive.com. And SRL is all about racing video games, all about players of any skill level. Just so you guys are aware, SRL will be hosting a series of races starting January 17th called Get Yourself Speedrunning. Go to their front page at speedrunslive.com for more info on that. And if you just want to keep up with Games Done Quick, GamesDoneQuick.com is the best place to do that, and on our Twitter at GamesDoneQuick. That's the best place to find the information for the stuff that's going on right now. I also want to give a massive shout out. You've heard me say this a lot, but I mean, it's huge what the Humble Bundle has done for us this year. They've put us on their front page. There's no clicking required, but right there, you get 9 games, you get yourself a Twitch Turbo account, a subscription to XSplit. There's a bunch of cool swag. So go head over to humblebundle.com and check that one out. $50 from Tyrell says, last year I couldn't catch AGDQ because I was getting out of surgery. Here's $50 towards a great cause. Also, save the frames, kill the animals. Get a bit of poll from the people in the room. Who wants to kill the animals? Who wants to save the animals? So there's like 3 people that want to save the animals. $50 from Solith says, here's some money for anti-cancer missiles. Give me some F-Zero hype and save the animals. Anti-cancer missiles.
Why have I never thought of that?
What was that?
Oh, mic test?
Mic test? Okay, how's mine?
Testing, test. Oh, okay.
I'm just testing to make sure his TV's no good. Test. Good.
Okay. Are all the mics on and good? Okay, cool.
All are good?
So, yeah, ready when you are.
Let's hear it for GX, folks.
Do you want to start explaining? I'm just going to tell him something, but I can't really talk when
Yeah,
I do.
you just give him a countdown and we'll
So, yeah. So, before we do this, I'm going to give a little roll call. I'm Zewing. I'm running this game first.
Yazzo's on the left. He hasn't played GX in a while. He's actually in the top 10 ranked on fzerocentral.org.
Yeah, pretty much every person here is like.
We know the game.
Really high up on the ladder.
I'm Yoshi fan.
I'm Naegleria.
AKC12.
And that's it. We're doing all staff goes, which.
My mic?
Rip headphone
I
users.
just heard that. That sounded like a bad noise. Should I? Is this? Oh.
I can't see what's
How
going.
was that? Did that sound like hell? Does it sound okay now? Okay.
So is everything checking out good?
Are we? Yeah. Are we ready? Okay.
Ready to start to run? Okay. I'll give a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Fat Shark. He's using Fat Shark right now because Fat Shark has the best boost in this game. Last year, if you saw GX, it's like you saw Blue Falcon. And Blue Falcon's not bad, but Fat Shark is a lot better. Fat Shark is pretty good at most of the tech in this game. There's momentum throttle slides, which he just did there. MT, which he just did here. And MT is actually probably the most significant trick in the game, and it's just a matter of letting go of A. If you hold on to the A button like the engine is on, you'll be sent toward the vehicle's top speed, which for Fat Shark is 1,109 kilometers an hour. But it's also if you're like going 2,000 kilometers an hour or something really high, if you hold the A button, you'll be sent down to the top speed of 1,109. So above a certain point, you just want to not hold A unless you're boosting. And that's needed. You need to not hold A in order to do momentum throttle slides, in order to really exploit shift boost to their full potential. And a lot of other tricks in the game are based off of just not holding A. And also, that was a decent twist road.
Yeah. The staff goes for this course is really strong, even with the tech I used. It's like a 59, and that was just a 56. Death Anchor's really good here. It takes really tight corners.
Yeah, it's one of the 3 hardest staff courses in the entire game, and with Fat Shark, you can make short work of it.
And what color shall I use this time? Maybe green? Yeah. Also, I'm not losing time when I'm selecting colors. You have to wait about 5 seconds before you can even advance.
Yeah, it's a set timer that needs to be counted. And this level is a really good one for Fat Shark because there's a certain amount of boost plates and a distance between them. And Fat Shark's boost is not only really strong, but it's really long. So if you just hold A right now, you'll be going you'll be in a boosted state throughout the entirety of these. So you can stay really, really fast and get a good time.
Yeah, there's a strat where you can just fly out the course and land with like a lot of speed, but I'm not really good at it, and it's not quite.
It takes quite a bit of practice.
Yeah, so if you see, I'm approaching this last corner by slowing down. If you go too fast at an angled part of the course, you just fling off.
You can also try and go for every single boost plate here.
How about
he's skipping 2 because it's like it's straight up. It doesn't save much time to hit all 9, but
It's like the best player, Brave, he does it. Another thing is that if you hit the boost plate on the very left or right edge, you get a tiny bit more of a boost. It's like, for Fat Shark at like normal top speed, it's like 10%-ish more speed.
So, you guys seen Fat Shark, but I'm about to show Black Bull, which if you heard WMJ, he said he's the worst character in F-Zero X.
He's really good in GX.
Yeah, he's on certain courses, he's better than Fat Shark. This is one of them.
So he might not have as good of a boost as Fat Shark, but he can MTS way better.
You may want to explain chaining and stuff.
Yeah, and his side attacks are also better. So it's MTS and MTS chaining with Black Bull is really, really good.
So when he said chaining, you're about probably this first corner. It means initiating an MTS and then going straight into another one.
Connecting them with side attack turns.
Yeah, those red rings around the machine, that's a side attack.
Yeah.
And he's doing like 2 or 3 of them after each MTS.
Yeah, if you just watch the speedometer, you'll see that every side attack, it goes up to like 15 sometimes, even higher. But the more speed you have when you initiate one, the better.
So crowd, I know you like to get hype, so I'm gonna need some really big hype here in a second, because we just broke $250,000. So can we get some $250,000 hype?
So on a lot of these courses, the strategy changes completely in lap 3 because usually there's like a energy zone somewhere in lap 2, and then at the beginning of lap 3 you're left with not a lot of energy to work with. So you have to adjust your strategy accordingly.
Fat Shark is generally the best on most levels for the non-customs, but on this level he has the world record for non-custom machines.
I just got that last night, yesterday.
Oh, you beat Matthew?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
By like 0.3 of a second.
Damn, Matthew had a really good time there. Oh, cool. I didn't know that, so good job.
Practice room world records are easy, right?
I mean, yeah. I'm also going to be using Black Bull for loop cross. I mean, just the shape of the course tells you why. It's very MTS chain heavy, but it also has these points where if you're going too fast, you'll fly off. Or you can even hit a point where you go to the beginning of lap 1, which I am going to avoid at all costs.
It's generally these stages with not too many boost plates and a lot of like straightaways or gentle turns. That's when MTS heavy shapes like Black Bull really benefit compared to Fat Shark.
All right, I've got a $25 donation here from Alco, who says this $25 is towards joining the Zelda 2 file named Germensch. Awesome show, carry on, and greetings from the German restream on twitch.tv/Germensch restream. So that's a good time for me to talk about our other restreams, which we have a French restream at official.jv, and we have the Spanish restream over at twitch.tv/TheMexicanRunner. So shout outs to all 3 of the restreams for bringing all the speedrunning action to as many people as possible.
This track is a lot skinnier than surface slides, so it's much harder to MTS chain on. He's doing a pretty good job of it though. Not hitting like every wall every time is actually pretty difficult. Nice vertical curve MTS.
I'm not good at the ones going to right, so I just do that to do it.
Ryan Nunez sends $200 saying, I bought my t-shirt from the Yeti, doing my part. Wait, did you say pinball machine? Killing animals and beating up cancer? Take my money, good sirs, you well deserve it.
That was risky.
Completely annihilated.
Yeah, that was good. Generally, at the end of the level, you can just like explode suicide finish. On that particular level, though, it's like probably the hardest one to get like a big crazy finish on, due to the way the turn is like in a tunnel and it's a really sharp turn. Oh, a multiplex. This is pretty much everyone's favorite track, or like up there in their favorites.
Yeah.
It's a really good Fat Shark track. Knowledge of like how momentum throttling works in this track will really, really help you. Take note of when like the Fat Shark's engine is off. Try and like piece together when it's better to MT or not.
Yeah, this is an incredibly optimized course. Among like every course, like almost everyone will love this course when they do it. Like if you want to get good at quick turning or just MT, just try this out.
It's definitely better to MT that hairpin turn.
Especially on boost laps. On boost laps, it's really good.
And yeah, when I'm going up a vertical climb, it's actually better to MT. Similar to whenever you're rising in the air. Like,
yeah, like for Fat Shark, the MT point, the point above which you don't want to hold A unless you are boosting, it is 1,273 kilometers an hour. And when you're going on an upslope, a very shallow one, it would be a slightly lower MT point. And when it's on a very sharp one like this, you'd pretty much never want to hold A under any circumstance.
and also, quick turning is a technique that it's mostly used for cornering, but it's actually really good at maintaining a high amount of speed. It's combined with MT, you can really get fast, I guess.
Yeah, every time you turn, you're gonna like sacrifice some speed, and quick turning is like a very simple method of turning that lets you get a lot of speed and a lot of control. It's just a matter of like tapping the opposite shoulder button before you turn, pretty much.
Yeah. Quick turning is especially critical for Fat Shark, because if you turn normally, like just with the stick or the strafe, like normally, then Fat Shark in particular will lose a lot of speed. So quick turning actually helps maintain the speed much more.
That's one of Fat Shark's few weaknesses, is his turn deceleration.
So that was Ruby Cup.
Yeah.
So now we're going to go to Sapphire Cup with a really cool course called Big Blue Drift Highway.
And we're going to see a custom vehicle, and this particular custom vehicle is much unlike Fat Shark in that he will gain speed when doing certain turns. Not much speed, but it's quick cannon, and this guy can MTS like crazy. This is probably the best MTS vehicle.
I got the music going for you, Black Yoshi fan. I know you like this version better than the remix.
It's because of the final lap music.
Yeah, but on Ordeal, I'm using the remix. Yeah.
Night Thunder is the staff ghost here. He has the highest acceleration in the game for non-customs.
The staff is actually also using high acceleration settings. In this game and F-Zero X, I think GP Legend as well, you can, in addition to being able to select your machine, you can change the acceleration versus max speed settings slider, and basically like more toward acceleration, your machine starts up faster and responds quicker to boost, but it also loses speed faster. Whereas max speed settings, you gain speed a little bit slower, but also lose it more slowly. Also, acceleration settings makes your machine a lot more slippery.
Acceleration is actually really dependent on like a really critical for a lot of the like advanced tech in the game. MTSing, it'll feel a lot different as you do like compared to like max speed or max acceleration.
Yeah, and for custom machines, as I'm sure you've noticed, You can draw your own custom emblems and put them on your custom machine.
So speaking of custom machines, this is an incredibly OP machine right
Gallon
here.
cannon.
With a few touches on it.
Choo-choo rocket!
So this is actually one of the courses I really love to do.
Aerodive is a super fun course.
Yeah. You'll see once, probably when I'm done, before I even get halfway through this, I guess.
So Gallon Cannon is like the best of the heavy custom machines. It has really, really good MT. Like Fat Shark will lose speed at a much higher rate than Gallon Cannon.
And here the side attacks on gentle turns really help out. Like that's another application of side attacks, in addition to just like MTS chaining.
Nice MTS there.
There's another application coming up.
The most fun one in my opinion.
So doing that allows me to carry speed at the very end of this course, where you lose a lot of speed because of those bumps.
Alternatively, you could just do like one side attack dive and land on the road in like halfway down. But if you do one side attack dive, float a while, and then another, you'll just have more speed. Or you can do one long side attack dive like that and then pull back later.
And get a shift boost.
Yeah, shift boost. Oh man.
That may be.
So if you go over like a hill in this game and you go really fast, you'll fly off. But if you go at like just enough speed so you'll fly off and then land like a matter of frames later,
split second.
You'll get a shift boost, which is basically the way Stark and Nebula explained is like it's an error in the way the game. It's like thinks you're in the air and re-entering the ground, and it just gives you a little burst of speed. And it stacks, so the faster you're going, like you'll still get an extra burst of speed, and you can go really, really, really fast by doing lots and lots of shift boosts.
That's a decent time.
One of the best things about this game and time attacks is that the speed boost just keeps stacking. It's not just like you have, normal max speed and then like a speed that you're going if you're boosting. It's just the effects keep stacking and you can get ridiculous amounts of speed if you just chain all the attacks perfectly.
Yeah, like the really, really good players, not only do they get the high speeds, but they maintain it very, very well. Especially exiting MTSs. Doing a MTS and then exiting it with a lot of speed is like really difficult to do.
Did we explain how to do an MTS?
An MTS is basically you lose grip and turn sideways, and then you strafe forward. So ideally you want the vehicle to be about 90 degrees, like around that, and then the only forces that are being applied to the vehicle are strafing, which is forward, and friction, which is slowing you down. But friction is like really weak in this game, and the strafe is pretty strong. So you can end up going at some really high speeds.
Not fast enough to just ship this in.
This track is pretty difficult because the track is uneven in a lot of places. Like either the center is lower than the rest of the track, or it's higher than the rest.
Yeah, it makes it very dangerous because it's easy to fly off if you go left or right without much control in it. But that also means that there's a lot of places in this level where you can get shift boosts. This is actually the one level where Gallant Star has the world record, and it doesn't belong to CGN. He has the Gallant Star record on every other... has the record on every other Gallant Star level, but here Brave just has a crazy good time getting a shift boost.
And he does it without side attacks.
Yeah, without side attacks.
Which is just incredible, because Gallant Cannon benefits more than any vehicle with side attacks.
Like, there's like quite a few like different like restrictions a bunch of players will like place on themselves just because they don't like the style of gameplay or like various other reasons. The main one being non-side attack. So a lot of Japanese players just prefer non-side attack play, and even some like Manx, Kyoshi fan, quite a few other players outside of Japan also like non-side attack. Yeah. There's like no mashing or anything. It's purely just like precision of the like gameplay.
Yeah.
And there's some levels where it's like side attacks even won't really make much of a difference. Like long pipe right now, side attacks are like not really relevant.
Yeah.
Non-side attack isn't like an official separate category. It's just a bunch of people that decide not to do them.
Yeah, they're on the same ladder on F-Zero Central. They just eat the time loss. But even though it's like on some levels way slower, you can still get obscenely good times, which is noted as Brave having like the world record on this track, multiplex, split oval,
double branches.
So like he has so many records. Even on levels where side attacks save time, it's just that he just plays better.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, he's like the best max speed player.
Yeah, just a few of these non-side attack players are known for just a really clean play style, and it's really nice to watch their videos.
Yeah, other notable ones are Rolly and Mumu.
Yeah.
Mumu? I thought it was Mew.
I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but they both have crazy good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be Mumu, I guess. Yeah, Mumu in particular, he's a Japanese player who played the game when it came out, and he kept playing it for about I'd say a year and a half, and he pretty much, like most of the max speed strategies were pretty, like, they weren't very developed at the time, man.
Yeah, a lot of the players were snaking then.
Yeah.
And like he was like one of the few people who just preferred max speed.
Yeah, he was definitely ahead of the time when back when he was king.
Well, a lot of his times are still pretty damn good.
Yeah, his Trident time is still like possibly top 5.
Yeah, it's like 140 something, I think.
Yeah, it's like 149.
Yeah, it's an amazing time.
He stood for a very long time.
If you do an MTS against a rail, you go fast like that.
So next course is Mute City Serial Gaps, which
oh yeah,
it is.
If you played this game before, this is the stage that destroyed you.
The speedrun killer.
An incredibly. I mean, just look at that. It's just bunches of pieces. Like it's a very dangerous course to do. But luckily, I have a way to navigate around that.
Gallant Star is actually faster here, but Fat Shark is like way more consistent.
It's much safer, and I'll try and show off the Mind Boost.
Which is another thing. Gallant Cannon or Gallant Star's side attacks are much stronger, not only on the ground, but in the air. Side attack dives are like really, really good for Gallant Star. Fat Shark still has pretty good dives, but here, Fat Shark for non-side attack play, he is the better choice.
I had to bail.
Yeah, you need to hit 2 mines in the tunnel in order to get the jump on lap 1.
Ooh, mines, yeah. If you hit a mine like dead center, it'll shoot you forward really fast. If you're a little bit to the left or right, it'll just blast you to the side. And you really don't want that because it costs a lot of health.
Should use Silver Piranha on this.
And the way MT works with mines is that basically you want to hold the moment the mine explodes and then let go quickly after. Nice jump. That was good.
One of the many shortcuts in this course.
Yeah, there's a lot, like different vehicles will have different shortcuts. Like Quick Cannon has its, like, and other lighter vehicles can do like a weird U-turn.
Yeah, Quick Cannon can basically fly through like half the level.
Yeah. Somewhat like that, but more of it.
It would land right about here.
Good time.
I don't like that course. So that was Sapphire Cup. We're about to get to the really tough courses now.
Yeah, the following 2 cups are obscenely difficult to play fast.
Yeah, especially this course's Firefield Cylindernaut. This is a very strong staff ghost.
I would say this is the best staff ghost in the game. Some people I know will have more trouble with Sonic Oval, but I'd say this is like the best staff ghost all around. It gets shift boosts. It has really good boost management. It's just a super solid staff ghost.
Yeah, the staff ghost is Black Bull as well, which I think among non-custom it has the highest top speed.
The highest top speed. Even amongst custom vehicles, it's like only a couple kilometers an hour behind the highest top speed.
Yeah, you can actually get a really strong shift boost at the beginning if you do a quick turn right, but
yeah, since you only need to be off the track for like 1 or 2 frames to get a really good shift boost, you can like turn left and right on this track, and like there's a bunch of places where you can get a really good shift boost. Coming up, Zewing's probably gonna get one here. Let's see. Nice. Bam, nailed it. He didn't just get 1, he got 2. That was a double shift boost. And
kind of hard to see the second one.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, you just have to look at the speed to tell if you got a single or double.
Which is the record on this track. There's a side attack dive you can sort of do if you like fly off the cylinder in a weird way and then side attack dive down. It saves probably like a second and a half-ish if you do it really well. But then Brave came along and says like, I don't want to do that, and he still smashed the record by like 3 seconds.
Yeah, like right there I just got one. I don't know how. That sounds a little loud, doesn't it?
Yeah, on the cylinder tracks, it's very hard to maintain control and speed in a lot of places.
That's true in max speed, and it's especially true in snaking.
It's just like if you're just a bit too much at an angle, then you just fly off the cylinder briefly, and then you probably lose a lot of speed.
Yeah, if you just look at the splits on the bottom, I'm still close to the staff ghost.
Maintaining speed over these 3 bumps is super important if you want to get the shift boost afterwards. Black Bull gets shift boost on these 2 bumps, but it's better to get the shift boost here.
Only 1.
It's also possible to get a shift boost by doing an MTS and hitting the curve at an angle. MTS into shift boost. It's possible on a lot of tracks that have like any sort of like downslope or curvature.
And that was a very good rail slide. Hitting 4,000 is the best you can expect.
Yeah. Intersection. I used to hate this level, but after like getting better at like just turning and MTSing, all that stuff, it's become one of my favorites.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll get any of the shift boost, but I'll try. This mic sound loud. Like it sounds loud.
So it's possible to get a shift boost by like strafing off the track and then back on, so you're only in the air for a while. It's also possible to get a shift boost by essentially just driving over or driving in a tube at a certain angle like this. It's really awkward, but it gets you a lot of speed.
Basically, shift boosts are just like, they occur whenever you're considered in the air for a few frames and then you get back on the track. So that can be any kind of down slope or any kind of edge that you do that.
You could have done an MTS on that last banking corner, but without practice, you can die very easily.
Oh yeah, this is another level where when you're new to the game, or even just like you've been playing it a while and you're like speedrunning it, that last turn of this track is brutal. Wow, you got the shift boost at a really low, like, what?
Yeah, you can
That was
get
weird. That
just
was
about
cool.
anywhere.
So what he was trying to do was, you can get shift boosts all throughout that pipe tunnel if you are just going at the exact right angle and the right speed. But it's very hard to like chain them all together.
Yeah, like you can't just like you need to like tap left at a very specific angle and to get it right. It's pretty tricky.
We got a really fun course coming up now. It's Casino Palace Double Branches.
Double Branches is a good level.
Very good level. This would be the first point in the run where I intentionally go for a shift boost. But why'd I do that? So this is a really cool course design. It's called Double Branches, and when you look at the map, you'll see why. Like, I'm actually going to be completing 2 laps of this per one, but the other one is upside down.
The amount of speed you have when you hit a jump plate determines how high you go. So doing a shift boost right before the jump plate there let him do a super high jump, which lets him get like a really good dive, which if you utilize momentum throttling as you're going up, so you want to hold A as you go move up and then hold A as you dive down, you can get quite a bit of speed.
Also, there's several points on this course where if you're going too fast, you will just fly off the course. So, I mean, we do want to go fast, but we also want to survive.
It's hard to tell, but for like half of the lap, your machine is upside down. So at those parts where you can lift off, you can possibly die because you're going too fast and because you're upside down.
This level is actually a giant Mobius ring. I like that. I love the MTS on that curve there. It's so cool.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why it even works, but it's just if you do an MTS on that kind of like inside loop, then it's possible to kind of stick to the outside of it, and that allows you to maintain an MTS for a second.
When you're going above a certain speed, and you're on like a upward sort of curve, like the rails just don't collide with you. I don't understand why, but you can just slide against them without losing any energy. Nice MTS. MTSing through that turn is weird because not only is it like a 180 like vertically, but it rotates like 180 horizontally as you do it, so it's like twisting throughout.
This is also the only point I usually hit the brake button. It's not a button that's commonly used, but I'd rather like finish the course than fly off. And you want to talk about
yeah, Double Branches is one of the more dangerous levels, just due to the nature of how fast you're going and how easy it is like to lose all your energy crashing into the wall at these speeds.
So So coming up is lightning half pipe. It gets its name because there's no sides on the course. It's actually a giant half pipe. And we're going to make use of that feature.
What's interesting about this course is that it doesn't have rails on the side for most of it. So strictly speaking, you could strafe on and off the edge back and forth and get shift boost back and back. Like a tool-assisted run at this level would look absolutely stupid.
Speaking of shift boost, this one has a very cool setup. I don't even know, like this has to be the perfect setup for a shift boost. It's really easy to get. But I missed it.
Retry?
You can actually get it every lap.
Yeah, you can get it on boost laps as well.
Yeah, which
you'll know if he gets a double shift boost there because he'll be going very, very fast.
Yeah, it's
probably worth retrying, but
that's debatable.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean it's quite easy to pull off, but it's not 100% consistent. Yeah, I missed one. You can usually get a shift boost if you just go around that corner like that. So this level also has lasers, which if you go through them, you just take damage, but it doesn't actually collide with you.
I believe they do the same amount of damage as like the fire pits in Chapter 8 and 7. It's just that you only collide with them for like 1 frame, so it's barely noticeable.
So if you were listening, I was actually counting those signs that go past. I think that's a setup Naegleria came up with. And I only got a single shift boost out of it. Normally that would turn into a double.
And one thing with MT is that after a boost ends, you want to let go of A until you boost again. There's like a little cooldown period between it where you can't. Every vehicle has a cooldown period, and it's at least 2 frames for every vehicle. And one way to bypass that is if you boost and you time it so that your boost ends just like 1 or 2 frames, or probably a little bit more, before you hit a boost plate. You can like stack the boost state further and further. Like right here with Fat Shark, you can just, if you're going like really, really fast, you can just stack those all together.
There we go. Whoa.
Oh, double shift boost.
I didn't expect that.
Yeah, weird crap happens in this game.
I just want to quickly break in to assure everybody we are receiving your donations. They are being put towards whatever you're donating for, or whatever it is that you prizes that you're qualified for. But Zewing and the crew do such an excellent job of commentary. I'm just sitting here and listening.
So we're coming up to the finale of the Emerald Cup, which is a very cool course, and we also get to have a return of one of our friends.
Big Blue Ordeal is really interesting. Like if you've seen, if you watch like videos from a bunch of like really good players, they could do like a ton of different routes and shortcuts in this level. Different vehicles can do all sorts of different little jumps, cut different corners. There's a lot of variance with how you do it.
Yeah, this isn't the optimal vehicle for the course, but it's a really strong vehicle to use anyways. Mostly because this course has a dive at a certain point. Okay. So I'm right here, I'm abusing MTS. Like, I don't need to go that fast to initiate one.
Ooh.
Cheeky.
Scared Nig. It's not hard. Yeah, this is a vehicle Naegleria won't use whenever he time attacks, which is something a lot of people who don't do side attacks, they won't use this vehicle.
Yeah, really light custom vehicles, even at max speed settings, they can still snake. And traditionally, max speed was seen as like a non-snaking category, so amongst most of the people that do non-side attack, they'll typically not use custom machines with a body part of E or D, meaning super light. And there's a few like people that do use side attacks that also don't use light custom vehicles. CGN, me, others. I can't remember names.
So it's pretty hard to control your angle when you start a side attack dive, and that's what makes some of these jumps kind of dangerous.
Another thing Quick Cannon or Quick Star is really good at is MTSing
nice.
from one direction and then switching to MTS into another. You can do it really, really fast with this machine. Oh, and you can float really good. Forgot about that shortcut. There's a lot of shortcuts you can do in this level that I probably haven't even seen before.
Well, there's one there, but I'm not going for it. It's not really fast.
Nice. Okay, you got that one.
Yeah,
I was wondering if you would go for that. I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, that shortcut right there is pretty much why Gallant Cannon can destroy anybody on here.
Yeah, I think the fastest quick start time is like just 2 seconds slower than Gallant. So when you do like a suicide finish like that, it's like a simultaneous shift boost and like damage boost, so it launches you up and forward. It's really weird, but like surprisingly, that's actually pretty consistent. Ordeal isn't too bad. Oh,
so
shift boost.
So
shift
yeah,
boost.
that's just
Shift boost heaven.
Explain shift boosting while I'm shift boosting.
Yeah. So
this is scary actually. But yeah, you keep talking.
Yeah, so if you press A as you re-enter the track, you'll gain speed, and then you'll want to let go of it right after, typically. I think we should just let this level speak for itself.
We'll get it later.
Some of them are more dangerous than others.
Yeah, playing this level is about like trying to find where the shift boosts are 2 frame windows or 3 as opposed to 1.
I mean, the staff goes use Black Bull just because of its speed. So the very start of the first lap is really slow for the most part, but after that it pretty much picks up dramatically. Oh my god. 3,500 is not a bad speed to exit that with. It's actually quite hard since it's just going so fast. If you even clip it, you just go off.
The MT point for Gallant Cannon is around 1355 kilometers an hour.
It used to be 1,400 is what we thought, but
Yeah, I did bad math, basically.
just bad math.
Yeah, Yoshi Fan made a Lua script in Dolphin to just read the frame, read the speed on each individual frame and print it out to a text file. So I was able to like get data on the speed with pretty good precision. balls of steel.
Actually, I'm mostly MT boosting unless I screw it up. Missed him. I'm not going fast enough to even try this one. Usually if you're around 2,000, you can try those two right there.
On the right side.
There's also one right there, but I'm not going for it. It's kind of weird.
I found out most players are like, they have like a
preference.
Like a preference for shift boost. Like I prefer left side shift boost a lot.
I can't do left. I
Left
like
side,
right.
master race here.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, that's odd.
So, that's why I'm trying to go too fast. I'll just finish this.
So yeah, going through certain turns at really high speeds is not easy to do at all. Even just traveling straight in this game while going, like doing some occasional shift boosts, still takes a lot of practice.
I'm just going to finish this. Like after that, you got your controller.
Sorry?
You got your controller.
Have it.
Okay.
It's also possible to get a shift boost as you transfer from one piece of track to another. He sort of got one there. It was like a minor shift boost, maybe. It's kind of hard to say. It's like he did a little dive. It's kind of hard to tell the difference. Ooh.
The problem with that part of the track is that because of the bumps, it's very easy to just get wobbly, and when you start getting wobbly, and it's a lot more risky to do shift boosts.
That's pretty much why we do so many shift boosts. You lose all your capability of emptying once you get around that corner.
It should be noted that you don't actually need to do any shift boosts if you just want to beat the staff goes. Although for time attackers, it's always just this conflict about like how many seconds do I want to save versus how safe do I want to play.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to be satisfied with a run of this level. Like, it's just already so difficult. There's always, like, time to save. It's such an evil level. I remember Uchiha posted a video of before, like, momentum throttling was discovered. Like, the fastest time was, like, a 2:51?
Or maybe 5.
Yeah, it was like it was using Fat Shark. It really shows how the game developed over time.
Yeah, and right now Fat Shark with MT's like a low 2 or something.
the handoff.
All right, while the boys are handing off, I'm going to do a few donations that we've gotten in over the last few minutes. So we have Mike the Missile donates $200 saying, Sword of Fury hype, let's kill all the animals. I said hype? Hype! There we go. All right, Phase Shift donates $20 saying, I saw AGDQ last year and I loved it. Back donating again for an amazing cause. Thanks to all the people that organized this and all the speedrunners participating. Jason sends $50 saying, are we truly animals for killing the animals? How about the frames? They have lives too. Brian Lutz sends $50 saying, dang it, you people keep me up half the night last night with this stuff. Third AGDQ for me, and F-Zero GX is always one of the highlights. This always seems like a good place to throw in a donation. Oh yeah, save the animals, you freaking punks. And for those of you who just joined us, we are AGDQ, that's Awesome Games Done Quick. This is the 2015 edition. Awesome Games Done Quick is hosted every January and is hosted by members of SRL and SDA, that's Speedruns Live and Speed Demos Archive. SDA proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games. They have forums containing speedrunning planning, marathon discussion, things like that. They welcome gamers old, new, and in between. Follow them on Twitter over SDA Speedruns or visit the website at speeddemosarchive.com. SRL is all about racing video games. It's all about players of all skill levels getting to race, and they're hosting a series of short races starting January 17th called Get Yourself Into Speedrunning. You can go to the front page at speedrunslive.com for more information to watch a variety of speedruns right there. But if you just want to know more about Games Done Quick, head over to gamesdonequick.com or at Games Done Quick on Twitter.
I don't think I won this course.
You guys ready to hand off here?
Yep.
All right, good luck, Naegleria.
Thank you.
Give him a hand, chat, folks.
Speaking of shift boosts, we've got more of them if you want them here.
Diamond Cup is the shift boosting cup in this game. Like 4 of the courses have some shift boosts at least.
Yeah, and in this track it's a little bit different because you're doing shift boosts off of corners instead of, well, you can do them off the edge in a couple of spots, but it's mostly off of the corners, and it's generally a little bit easier to do than off the edge, but it's still always like whenever you do a shift boost, there's that risk of falling off the edge. Yeah, so incidentally, because the track gives you so many opportunities to shift boost, the world record for this track does not use the energy boost power at all. It just cruises through with the dash plates and the shift boost. So it's the only world record in the entire F-Zero series that does that. Oh yeah, so you see that occasionally you actually use a boost and then immediately hit turn off, and then hit turn off the throttle. And basically after a certain speed, like maybe 2,200 kilometers an hour, it's still beneficial to use boost power, but you want to turn off the engine afterward. It's kind of weird, but it just like slows down your speed loss. Oh, also, you see before he played this track, Naegleria went to the options to change a couple of things. One was the controller calibration, and so what the calibration does, like, not a lot of games let you customize this, but it basically, the calibration lets you compensate for how worn out your control stick is. And so it's like you're supposed to calibrate by pushing your stick in each direction. And you can also adjust the dead zone of the stick.
He tried to go for true shift boosts at that same general area, but he missed it.
And the other thing Naegleria customized was the controls, which like F-Zero Climax, you can customize your controls pretty much arbitrarily. Like you can accelerate, brake, boost with any button you want. And actually a lot of players use different buttons for stuff like side attacks.
And as you just saw, for some reason there's no collision under the track, so you can go through it in some courses. Although it's never ideal to do so.
Oh, also, this track in particular, you notice that we tend to favor doing shift boosts near the top of a hill. And basically the idea behind that is it just gives you a bit more time to get back onto the track after strafing off. Because when you strafe off a higher part of the track and you're going to land on a lower part, it gives you a bit more time. So these jumps are very risky, dude. Because as you saw earlier, those metal pipes are all solid, and you just never know what will happen if you bounce off them the wrong way. And in some of these levels, they make the end of the level in such a way that it's pretty awkward to do a rail slide, but it still can't save time if you do it right. So this track has a little bit less focus on shift boost because there's rails in a lot of places, but it still does have a couple possible shift boosts. Oh yeah, so you notice that the custom machine used earlier was Gallon Cannon G4. The one that's being used right now is Gallon Star G4. So the difference is the cockpit part. Right now he's using Maximum Star, which is, I think, like 60 kilograms heavier than Combat Cannon, and that allows it to gain more speed from dives like this. That's the main benefit of it. The two cockpits also have slightly different turning properties, but it overall doesn't feel too different. So the reason why some people use Combat Cannon. Maximum Star is actually quite hard to get your hands on because it was originally distributed only at special events in Japan. And they were only held shortly after the game came out, so even if you got a Japanese copy of the game or live in Japan now, then you still couldn't get the parts normally. So what people do to get Maximum Star is just use Action Replay.
One.
You can sometimes get a shift boost before a refill, as he just did. So this is definitely one of those courses where side attack dives help out a lot. Very nice. Although, like, whether or not you do side attacks, this is just a really crazy and fun level to time attack. It's definitely a popular one along with multiplex, as mentioned earlier.
I still haven't beaten Brave's time this game, so I accidentally this game.
Are we like taking requests for the next track machine?
Yeah, so, name a vehicle.
Black Bolt.
That's not Black Bolt, please. Not Black Bolt. Why'd you have to say Black Bolt?
I haven't played it.
MTI, name a vehicle, please.
Super Arrow.
Super Arrow, King Meteor, alright.
Alright, so the thing about Phantom Road, so basically this track is very narrow and has like pretty relentless turns.
What do you do, Nate?
What the hell?
Power.
Broke it, just turn it up.
Shout outs to MTI for breaking the GameCube.
I swear it wasn't me!
Do you still need the memory card for your
DJ
custom
walk in?
machines?
Actually, yeah, put yours in.
No, I only have one in my.
Oh wait, oh yeah, you're gonna use that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't need the one, but I have never seen that before. Have you ever seen that?
Never.
No, never.
Yazzo?
Can we name another vehicle or something?
Yeah, maybe someone else should name a vehicle this time.
Queen Meteor?
Queen Meteor, okay.
Okay.
That's what the staff ghost uses actually.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing about this stage, like, it turns out having crazy boost power doesn't seem to matter quite as much in this stage compared to others because the track is so narrow and the turns are pretty relentless, and so it's near impossible to just go flat out boosting all over the place with most machines. So what we found is that actually some machines that aren't used in other courses are actually quite useful here, such as Sonic Phantom, which has a really good time in this track compared to most machines, including Fat Shark actually. The Queen Meteor here is rather slippery, but the stick turning is actually quite effective for these turns, at least at low speeds. It's one of the best at turning with just the control stick. The thing about Queen Meteor, though, is that it can't do quick turns very well because it skid immediately when it tries to do a quick turn, and it's hard to gain your grip back afterwards. Yeah, so as mentioned, the Staff Ghost actually uses a Queen Meteor for this track. It turns out that no matter which machine you pick for this track, it's possible to beat the Staff Ghost. And that's actually a fun little challenge thing that we picked up pretty recently. That we were trying to see which Staff Ghost we could beat with which machines. And it turns out that every machine has beaten the Staff Ghost in like 20 of the tracks, actually. In fact, I think Cosmo Terminal Trident just got beaten by Silver Rat like a day or two. So Trident just got completed. Yeah, it was by Matthew.
This is gonna be close.
Yeah.
Yeah, move that.
I think we got another tag out here, so I'm going to read a couple of donations while we're at it.
Well, don't move your mic. Just
We have $20 from Vampirolol, who says, "Hello guys, Italian fan here. F-Zero runs make me happy, and I want to save those animals. What better way to do it? Because we need them in Metroid Fusion." I've got $50 from Nube, who says, "Greetings from Finland. I wanted to thank the players during their runs, but also commentators for the awesome job that they're doing. I've never played F-Zero before, but watching it with live commentary makes it truly great to watch." $20 from Crispy says, "Hey guys, my first year donating after finding out about AGDQ last year. Hope the rest of the stream goes great, and I want to see some records broken." We've seen a GameCube broken, so...
Switch or hitbox? Okay.
Alright, so...
You ready to go, AKC?
Nearly.
Okay.
So AKC actually uses a different calibration setting compared to what the game tells you to do. Like, basically the game tells you to rotate the stick all the way to calibrate. But nothing is stopping you from just moving the control stick a little bit to say, like, okay, game, when I move the control stick like halfway, I want you to, like, treat it as if I'm pushing it all the way. And what that does, like, it just makes, like, the overall feel, like, just it makes turns more sensitive, and some people like that compared to stiffer turns.
Yeah, I just got used to the default controls without messing with the calibration at all. So that's how I play now.
I've asked a bunch of players what they prefer. CGM prefers default too, and Brave, he maxes out the stick like normal, but he also maxes out the dead zone, so like the middle half of the controller is like a reads no response, which I thought was insane, but like I can't argue with him. He's like the best at max speed.
Yeah, when you max out the dead zone like Brave does, then like basically you
I forgot to assign the boost. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I should have mentioned. Yeah.
So there is no way to boost at all. Or with X.
Yeah, it's so customizable. You can assign two functions to the same button.
Which is useful for hyperspeed side attacks. Which we might show off later, I don't know.
That lap was pretty good too, unfortunately.
All right, guys, let's hear it for AKC.
So, for those of you who aren't familiar, AKC is actually the #1 ranked American GX player. So, if you don't know this guy, you should. He's kind of a big deal.
And an NA, too. Just as a side note.
Yeah, that is true.
So Screwdrive here is a really good track for heavy MTS machines like this. Basically gentle turns, not many boost plates. So what you do is just chain over the place like this.
If you get the super suicide finish, I'll buy you a pizza.
Deal. gonna be close.
You just earned yourself a pizza.
Thank you, thank you. The angle was way off and unoptimal, but as long as I was above the line, it's all good.
So yeah, the thing about suicide finishes in this game, like, although you do have to be above the finish line, the game usually gives you a surprising amount of leeway to the left or the right when you finish. So even though he was way off to the left there, it still counted.
It's actually possible on, I remember chapter 2, you could like go under the finish line and then fly back up if you have a lot of speed, and you could like essentially skip the end of the track. Weird stuff can happen with this game and checkpoints.
So I've been asked to mention this because it's going to make Naegleria very, very happy. But F-Zero GX currently has 3,000 more viewers than League of Legends does.
Nice.
Oh.
Can someone please screenshot F-Zero GX having more viewers than League of Legends for me, please?
Not just 3,000 more viewers, but 118,000 viewers.
Oh, that's a lot more viewers.
So in this track, so Fat Shark and Gallant Cannon or Star can actually both set very good times in this stage.
There's actually quite a few levels where Fat Shark and Gallant are very comparable, and just because like they're within like 2 seconds of each other, and it takes like 1 to 2 seconds to load the custom machines, we typically just go with Fat Shark. Like on Mobius Ring, this level, arguably Serial Gaps if you're really good, and maybe a few others. That does not count as 2 pizzas. I only offered it for Screwdrive.
Getting in those top 10s.
The next course coming up is Cylinder Wave, and it is arguably one of the more harder tracks to optimize. It's a really wacky track. It was really designed with like the AX Cup is the 6 tracks that are in the F-Zero AX machine, the arcade version of this game. And I think they're pretty much designed with the steering wheel in mind. It's a very different style of level design than the other tracks in this game.
Yeah, because it's... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's on... You're driving outside a pipe, it's very easy to get air. Because once you do, you pretty much lose speed most of the time if you go against the path of the cylinder too much.
At any point in time, you pretty much always want to be traveling along the cylinder and never perpendicular to it. It makes it really, like, because anytime you're traveling at an angle to the slope, you would lose a little, oh, you went for that!
Had to, I missed everything.
So, that's one of the wackier shift boosts in the game. It's if, like, if you get squeezed between 2 pieces of track like that, which I don't think you can do on any other level. This is the only one where that kind of track section exists. You can get a shift boost there. You could also fly off and die, and then it's like straight down into the kill plane. So I'm surprised he did that. Cool that he did, though.
It's very hard to control your machine while boosting in this track.
Yeah, the difference between like our bests and like the record is like over almost 10 seconds, and it's like a simplest track. There's not too many shift boosts that you can get, or at least that the record gets. It's just really clean play and not losing speed.
Is it?
Yeah!
It's not a PB for me, but what? I'll just do my name.
Disregard speedrun, apply position on leaderboard.
Press start.
Oh, okay.
It actually like wastes time to get a top 10 because it takes like 2 seconds to save it to the memory card. So AKC, why did you do that?
I thought I was playing with my memory card, or.
All right, that's fair. Thunder Road is another fan favorite track. It's got a lot of refillers and like cool boost plates and turns.
No, let me retract that last answer. I just want you to go fast.
I can't argue with that.
Also, like starting from, I'd say, this track to Sonic Oval, the last one, the game just like throws the boost power at you, so you can just boost like crazy throughout laps 2 and 3. So that's what makes this track and the next track really fun.
There's a little shortcut you can do here. He hit a wall, so don't go for it, please. Okay, good. But you can land right here. It's on boost laps. It's really useful.
This is a fun track, although it does have some pretty punishing turns. Like pretty much everywhere where there's a 90-degree corner, if you take the turn too tight, then you pretty much come to a dead stop. And there was also like 1 or 2 narrow sections that you might have seen. And that's the jump. It's quite difficult to maintain your speed through that bumpy refiller, but you can get shift boosts off of it too.
I always missed that one for some reason.
That did let you get more energy from that refiller though, so you can boost, yeah, the third time there. Oh, really good rail slide there.
If you kill yourself while doing a rail slide, and if you're going really, really fast, it's possible to come to a sudden stop. Like there's some sort of speed limit where if you go like...
Oh yeah, 10,000 kilometers an hour.
9,000, 10,000.
Yeah.
Messed me up once while I was doing a speed run, or practicing for a speed run.
Green Plant Spiral is the longest course in the game. It's a really interesting one as well. And Quick Cannon is really, really good here.
This is definitely my personal favorite course.
All right, he just dodged a kill plane there, so that's actually impressive. There's a few shortcuts like that on this level that you can do, and like that one's actually the easiest one, even though it's not exactly easy. There's a lot of variation in this course with the strats you'd want to use, like MTS, shift boost. It covers all the bases.
Incidentally, AKC here actually had the world record for this track at one point. And it was, I believe it was also with Quick Cannon or Quick Star. I think it's one of the records that that other machines besides like Quick Cannon or Star have a very difficult time matching, just because you see all throughout that first lap there's so many opportunities to do MTS chains.
Ooh, he shifted across the cylinder there and got a shift boost if you...
I don't think I got a shift boost that time.
Oh, it looked like one.
It looked like it, but I didn't get the speed gain. Whoops.
And got it. That's the big shortcut there.
Remember, shortcuts like that, if you fail them, then you just crash and die. So doing them in lap 3 is really brave.
You either hit a kill plane and die instantly, or you miss a checkpoint and die when you hit the track. There's a lot of ways this game will kill you.
Good.
Oh, you crazy. Okay, so I checked earlier and Zewing's best was 307. It got pooped on. That was a really good time. That's actually like a really good time. Oh wait, no, time's after the next track. It's all cups ends on Spiral. Staff Ghost ends on Sonic Opal.
So we've got the last track coming up, and it's a pretty short one.
So yeah, this last level, Sonic Oval, it's notoriously difficult at Staff Ghost. It's like a really simple level, and it uses Fat Shark, who's like pretty much the best at the level for non-MTS play at least. And even though it doesn't do MTS, doesn't do like shift boost or anything too crazy, it still gets a pretty solid time.
Yeah, without the techniques we discovered, and if you play on max speed, beating this ghost,
it's really
I
tough.
don't think even I can do it yet. Oh crap. Oh well.
Ooh.
Oh god, I'm making this hard on myself.
So, can AKC be the 1 second lead? Right by the mini-map, it shows the comparison. Smooth MTS.
Yes.
Nice rail slide.
And time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Doing
that
an
was
MTS into an MTRS, like Momentum Turbo Rail Slide, that's smooth.
Yeah, that was pretty risky. With the boost plates that I missed, that would have been, I might have had to retry. And that's F-Zero GX. Again, I'm AKC12.
Okay, guys. First of all, I want to say thank you to the F-Zero runners to reach out to me to host this block. And I want to say thank you for putting on an amazing show. And I want to say thank you to the audience for coming in and being part of everything I tried to get going. And let's hear it one last time for our amazing F-Zero runners, folks. And thus ends the F-Zero block. And as we are letting everybody file out of the area and get ready for the next game, I'm going to try and catch up on a few donations we've got here. Zigzag sends $100 saying, I love Tarakate, but I love Blindfold even more. Run a guy, go go. Godspeed31 sends $50 and says, hello, JVCom Restream, AGDQ for French. So what I'm going to do now, since I just did it, I'm going to talk a bit about our foreign language restreams. We have our French restream at twitch.tv/officiel_JVCom. That's OFFICIEL_JVCOM. We have our German restream at twitch.tv/Germensch restream. That's GERMENCHRESTREAM. And our Spanish language restream over at twitch.tv/The Mexican Runner. That's THEMEXICANRUNNER. So if you guys are if you guys are foreign language naturals, go ahead over there, enjoy the stream over there. It's been my pleasure to host for the F-Zero block. We're going to go to a quick commercial break right now, and I'm sure that you guys are going to enjoy the PC block coming up. Thank you very much, and we'll see you on the other side.
All right, welcome back to Awesome Games Done Quick. While we're setting up for the next game, we'll go through a few more donations for you. We have $100 from Zigzag. I love Tarakate, but I love Blindfold even more. Runner guy, go, go, go. Have $50 from Goodspeed31. Hello, JVCom Restream HQ for French. $50 from Eagle6. Keep going, guys. Let's beat that cancer. Greetings from Austria. GDQ hype! Hype! $50 from Matthew. Love what you guys are doing. We love you back. 50 from Lassie. Great marathon, great games. Love from Norway. We love our international viewers too. Thank you very much. And then 60 from Danielson. Best event of the whole year. It is my second AGDQ, first time donating. Let's defeat cancer. Keep up the awesome speedruns, and thank you all for making this event possible. Well, we thank you for your donation. Thank you so much. We also have a variety of sponsors for this event, such as Turtle Beach. Turtle Beach transforms your gaming world with a selection of cutting-edge technologies, creating a product that completes your high-definition gaming experience and puts you a step up on the standard headset competition. Check them out at www.turtlebeach.com. And just to make you all aware, this setup may take a little bit of time. Switching from anything to PC can always take just a little bit. We have another $50 from Mini Fridge. Third year watching AGDQ, and I make sure to never miss F-Zero. Crazy impressive moves as usual, guys. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, F-Zero is always incredibly excessive. So we also have a few bid wars coming up. We have Metal Slug Advance for Walter versus Tyra. 121 for Walter and 96 from Tyra. As well as the River City Ransom, 100% save the girlfriend is at 809, and the any percent don't save is at 122.65. So that's a pretty large difference. So if you really want to not save that girlfriend, you got some work to do, guys. Come on, let's get those donations in here to save, to not save the girlfriends. If you really want to, optimal speed run. We also have other sponsors, such as Something Artistic. SomethingArtistic.net offers decals and stickers made to decorate your consoles, walls, computers, and more. $2 from every decal sold this week is being donated directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can find all their decals, including some designed just for AGDQ, over at decal.ly. Also like to remind you, we're all raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Yes, once again, we are raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. The Prevent Cancer Foundation is the only nonprofit in the United States that solely focuses on cancer prevention and early detection. Each year, more than 1.6 million Americans alone are diagnosed with the disease, and more than 500,000 die from the disease. However, research shows that up to 60% of cases and more than 50% of deaths are preventable with what we know now. The Prevent Cancer Foundation focuses their efforts in research, education, outreach, and advocacy with over $138 million invested over 29 years. And to let you guys know about a few other bid wars we have going on for tomorrow, we have the gimmick bonus that is 400 out of 2,000. So we got about 1,600 left to fix that out. We also have the Whiz Brake camera. That's 6 out of 500. Rayman Legends, the Kun Foot extra bonus is at 215 out of 3,000. And then once again, just for the ones that are today, we have Metal Slug Advance for Walter versus Tyra. Walter at 121, Tyra at 96. River City Ransom, 100% save the girlfriend at 809. Any percent don't save at 122.65. So 700, a little over $700 for that. But I believe in you guys. If you really want to not save that girlfriend, we will make sure that we don't. We have a couple more donations to read while we're setting up. We have $50 from Natty that just says, hype! I think we all can get behind that. Thank you, everyone, for hyping out with me. $100 from Luigi Master 123. This is such an awesome thing you guys are doing. I'm glad I checked out this fantastic program. It is, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 50 from Maka. Look forward to watching this every holiday. Such a great cause. Much love from Melbourne, Australia. Are we close to being set up, guys? We're getting there. We're still getting there. We also have other sponsors such as World 9 Gaming. Since 2005, World 9 Gaming has been the premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest. With dedicated staff, tournaments, expertise, and the expansive collection of games and consoles, they guarantee the best game experience at the lowest cost for all events large and small. Check them out at world9gaming.com. Now, I don't know how many of you guys know about this, but we also have a pinball machine grand prize. Pinball Joe donated a Swords of Fury pinball machine as a grand prize for AGDQ 2015. This is a chance to own your very own pinball machine at home and help an awesome charity. Because it's a very special prize, a minimum bid of $50 with up to 4 bids for $200. Pinball, so you can do, looks like 4 total bids to $200. Pinball Joe's also provided pinball machines at the AGDQ venue for people to play throughout the marathon. You can watch AGDQ attendees speedrunning pinball for a new world records at pinballdonequit.com. We'd of course like to remind you, if you do subscribe to the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, every single subscription goes 100% to PCF. We have $40 from Steve15. Ready to see the best Jedi ever? Kyle Katarn, tear it up. For those of you who are just joining us, this is Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 for the PC, and we'll introduce everybody when we're all set up. So get ready for that. After that, we have Quake 2, Duke Nukem 3D, Blood, and then Descent. We have some phenomenal PC speedrunning coming up, guys. We hope you stick with us. Thank you for the $10, Jeanette. You, Mr. Announcer, have a really sexy voice and save the animals. Well, thank you very much.
Camera? Yeah, that's good. He's on it.
Test.
Only you, dude. Perfect. Right here, like right in my forehead, like.
Hello?
I don't know if you saw the summer games, those cameras are like, they'll go right into your eyeball.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we did it on Carcinogen. Like
Yeah.
during his
What?
run. We like had it like so far in his eye, he's like.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was asking.
We'll get really comfy here.
Can we move my foot and
Comfy,
not step
cozy.
on something? That'd be good.
Whenever you guys on the couch are all ready, feel free to introduce yourself.
That is true. Can someone get a chair? I don't want to get up with my mic on me. Yeah. Okay, without like losing the mic here. What? Really? Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right, take your seat back, man.
I'll take your
You're
seat
all
back.
good. Get your spot.
Rejected. I don't want that seat. It's too good for me.
Can you see at all?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
good.
All right.
It's right over his shoulder anyway. It's perfect.
Cool. Alright.
Well, I'm ysalamiri.
I'm Striker.
I'm Cool Maddie.
Alright, and it's Dark Forces 2. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this is Dark Forces 2. It's pretty much a first-person shooter.
that utilizes force speed and force jump to go really fast and break the game with the inclusion of a bonus or boost with explosives. Although this is a first-person shooter, I'm mostly going to play in third person just because it makes it easier to move around. Because one of the main mechanics in this game is strafe running, which is running diagonally, pretty much accelerating forward and sideways to give you a little bit boost of speed. Another thing to note is in this game, when you collect all the secrets in a level, you get a 4-star, which helps from a boost. It's like a rating system that allows you to put points and powers, and one of those powers is force speed, which allows you to go ridiculously fast. So I want to get that as soon as possible. And then that's why I'm getting all the secrets. And then I cleared the guys over there so that when I get the secret over here and I try and get it back onto the elevator, I will make it in time without any resistance from any of those grands, which are really annoying and body block you a lot. Here, I'm just killing more of these enemies and waiting for these elevators. The first level is pretty slow. You're just moving through a bunch of corridors and trying to get the secrets, of course. But as the game progresses, it gets a lot better.
Yeah, by level 4, he starts picking up a little bit.
Yeah. And then right after unit gets really exciting. You'll see why soon.
So one of the bad things about this level is, of course, since these are tight hallways and there's a lot of enemies, they can get in your way a lot, which can obviously impede your time because you have to kill them. And then when you kill them, you can't. There's like a brief moment where you have to wait for them to die so that their body doesn't keep body blocking you. And here I have to press a button, and so I was trying to shoot them so that those guys wouldn't body block me and get in the way and waste a little bit more time.
So this is secret right here. He just picks up thermal detonators. So coming up in the next level, he has a couple jumps that he's going to use those thermal detonators to get better height, and it allows him to skip a lot of the level.
Yep. So at the end, you saw that I got a 4-star for getting all the secrets. So yeah, this is level 2. It's actually the longest level in the game. It's around about 3 minutes and 20 seconds long. Just makes it so long as you have to wait for a whole bunch of elevators and you're doing a whole bunch of walking. But thankfully there's quite a bit of skips that you can use to get through a little bit more quickly. And I'm also trying to preserve my shields because I'll also be doing a bunch of grenade jumps with those thermal detonators that I did get in the previous level. And here I gotta be careful about these Gamorrean guards. They have really big hitboxes and they can push you and knock you off when you'd fall down. And they also do shield ignoring damage, so it's good that I didn't actually get hit by them. So here I'm killing this guy and I'm gonna do the first grenade jump. Let's see how it goes. Oh, close. There
Nice.
we go. Nice. So that saves about like 10 seconds, and every time you miss it, it's only like a 5-second loss.
Yeah, so what he did there was he used the secondary attack. Each weapon that you have in the game has a primary and a secondary. The secondary for thermal detonators is it allows it to just sit and hang out for a bit, as opposed to instant detonation as soon as you throw it, or whenever it actually touches something. So he drops the first two to act as kind of like a little a setup so that the explosion happens at the same time as he drops the third one, which gives him extra height. And he's going to do the same thing coming up right here.
Yep. So then I kill this guy. This one is actually more important. It saves about 30 seconds. Nice guy, first try.
Good job. That's the hardest one in the game, by the way.
So usually you'd have to wait for this little block that you just saw to my left. You'd have to wait for it 3 times, and it takes like 30 seconds each time. So doing those jumps that I just did to cross the gap and that thermal detonator saves a whole bunch of time, 1.5 minutes. It's really useful. That little fall right there is pretty tricky as well. These elevators, you usually have to wait for them, but you can actually just ride across the side, which makes it really helpful.
You'll also notice as he crossed that gap to skip those elevators, he actually whipped his mouse over. And this game, whenever you have momentum in a certain direction, if you whip your mouse in a different direction, it carries that momentum with you. So that's what allowed him to actually make it over those gaps.
Yep, and here I'm just waiting. I triggered like an elevator sequence, so I'm just getting a bunch of extra supplies while I wait. So then I get more thermal detonators. There's quite a bit of thermal detonators in the jumps in the next few levels, and after that I don't really need them. And I also got 200 shields. It's not so important in the next level because you can always get extras, but there is this Gran up here that also throws thermal detonators at you, but he didn't aggro, so I didn't have to worry about him. And here's a Rodian just trying to shoot you. Sometimes he's bad because he can stop your momentum and then you lose all your speed and you have to build it back up. And right there I just killed the rest of the enemies to end the level. So this is level 3. This one's actually a really short level, but even though it's really short, there's a series of jumps that are really time-saving. First one's up here. You pretty much skip falling in this hole. It saves like 3 seconds. This jump right here, it skips you having to find a key so you can unlock a door. The next jump skips a whole bunch of the main puzzle in this level where you have to find a bunch of levers and keys so you can make a new path. And I'll be getting it with the thermal detonator jump right there.
It's also important to note that he's making this look like it's nothing, but these are all ridiculous. Like every single one of these jumps that he just pulled off, like, requires a pretty good amount of practice to be able to pull off.
Yeah, the physics hit collision is like spherical, so you just kind of slide off of everything, and makes it very hard to get anywhere.
So now we have a lightsaber and we're a Jedi. So that one force star that I got in level 1, I use it for the level 1 force speed in this level. And although it's kind of early, you don't get the full benefits of speed, it's still helpful in multiple scenarios in this level.
Yet another thermal detonator jump. The bane of my existence.
So interesting note, walking on this water actually speeds you up, and then when you jump at this point, it's a little push that gives you a bunch of extra speed. So here I'm switching to my detonator. I also have to be careful about how much shields I have and how many detonators I have, but thankfully I got the extra ones in level 2, so I don't really have to worry too much. I always have to be careful on this water because it can actually like push you out of the way and kill you, so it's always better safe. And here is that TD jump right there. Nice.
Nice.
So pretty much that jump, it's the combination of diagonal running, level 1 force speed, and the thermal detonator gives me enough speed to make that gap. That skips like 40 seconds because usually you have to do a bunch of swimming to raise the waters so you can get across. So it's really helpful. It makes getting all the secrets in level 1 worth it. And here I'm just doing a bunch of water skimming. If you jump as soon as you land in the water, you can just jump up and it saves a little bit of time. All right,
go ahead.
You can go, you can do it.
Okay, so coming up here, what he's doing is he's actually killing himself so that his leg clips through the wall. This game recognizes Kyle's body even when he's dead. So if you can actually make it to the end level trigger with Kyle's body, whether or not he's dead or alive, you actually trigger the end of the level. So what he did was he blew himself up, clipped himself through the door, and finished the level.
Yep, and for completing that level, we get 2 extra force points, so now we have level 3 force speed, so things start getting a little bit faster in this level.
Just a little.
Yeah, it's cool to note that after this game, force speed treats the game as if everything else slows down around you, and everything is just really slow, but it makes it seem as if your reaction time is crazy. But in this game, it actually makes you that much faster. So you have to be just that much better, and it's crazy.
So the interesting thing about this level is we're gonna get the rail detonator, which is essentially a rocket launcher. So it pretty much gives us the ability to do a bunch of rocket boosts. And here I get that right here, and I also get shields to fuel my rocket jumps that are gonna come up. And I also got a secret in that level. And since that's the only secret in this level, I get an extra 4-star, which allows me to get force jump, level 3 force jump in the next level. And that's the first rocket jump right there. Here's a little skip that we can not do right there. Right there, there you go. All right, that's usually you have to raise a bridge so that you can get across. But doing that and in combination of that skips a whole bunch of that, and there's like a whole bunch of triggers and invisible stormtroopers that could possibly shoot me. That vent jump right here is kind of tricky. Oh, nice. There it is. So getting that first try saves about 13 seconds. You don't have to wait for the elevator to go all the way back up. And here I'm triggering an elevator so I can get to the end of the level, but I want to conserve my shield, so I'm hiding under this and doing timing lightsaber swings so that I know when the elevator returns. And it's about 7 of them. This is to avoid all these stormtroopers firing me, because I'm about to do, and then in a couple levels I'm going to do a whole bunch of rocket jumps. And see, I got 3 force points in there, and I put it into force jump. And this is the first boss fight in the game. He's young. He's actually pretty easy. It only takes like 4 hits to hit him. But there's a little random variable in the beginning where he either force jumps, and I kind of want him to force jump so I can force jump as well and hit him while he's in midair. And I also don't like to fight him on that slope. His hitbox is kind of wacky if you end up fighting him there.
Nice.
And he ended up jumping. I didn't hit him though, but that's fine because I'm not fighting him on that slope. And then that ends, and I open the secret door over here, and it actually has shields right there. So even if I did get hit in that previous level, it doesn't really matter. First, to kill those guys, open the ceiling right here, do a rocket jump out of here, rocket jump or force jump to this, do a rocket force jump from this building to this building.
He just jumped around an invisible wall, by the way.
Kill that.
Kills the turn so he doesn't get shot while he's doing this.
All right, I'm gonna safety save right there.
So that whole thing I mentioned about blowing yourself up into the trigger, or the end level trigger, he's going to do that again right here. And he's skipping the entire level. Normally you have to go down through the palace, back around, jump over to another area, go up an elevator, down a long hallway, and then you finally get to the point where he's blowing himself up to now.
And I have to land into that little gray area right there. Let's see if I can get it back a little bit. That looks really good.
Nice.
There it is. And that ends the level.
So then we get to sit, hang out, and the cutscene plays while we watch Kyle just lay there dead.
Yeah, pretty much. And after this level, we get 2 more 4-stars, which we can use for level 4 force speed and force jump, and that's when the run starts getting really fun.
Well,
I'm
if we're
excited.
waiting, would it be okay if I write a few donations for you?
Sure, go for it.
All right, we have $50 from Punchinello. I have no idea what half of these games are, but I'm still utterly fascinated. Take my money. Thank you so much. 200 from Ambiguous Frog Bomb. I never get to see Dark Forces get speedrun. Good excuse as any to donate to cancer prevention. Absolutely.
Alright, so this is Fuel Station. It's the second longest level in the game. It clocks at around like 3 minutes or so. It's mostly a bunch of waiting around because there's a bunch of fuel doors that I'm pretty much gonna have to open. Yeah, whoops. That's a little close right there. But at least I have level 4 force speed. The one bad thing about it is I have to be careful when I run into walls because you can actually take damage when you're in the walls. So I'm always concerned about running into them.
I do that quite often when I'm playing.
And I did it right there.
Nice. All right, now, this little crevice here, oh my, first time, every time, I don't get it. That little hole is the hardest thing to jump into in this game, and all it does is give you a little back to tank, which gives you a little bit extra health. It's avoidable, like you don't necessarily need it, but it's definitely helpful to have, and it's really, really annoying to try and get, and of course he gets it first try.
Unfortunately, I have to wait, before I can open the next door, I have to wait for the previous door to close or an alarm goes off, and it's pretty annoying. and it wastes like 5 seconds because you have to actually wait for the alarm to go off before you can even open the door. So this is pretty much one of the last few, it's pretty much the longest waiting point. But it ends right there. There's that little alarm I was talking about. So I hit it a little too soon. Let's go over there. Open. Thankfully, these doors right here open and close a lot faster than the previous ones do. There we go. And here I'm gonna end up, I have to be really careful because these tubes are like they increase my speed so much, and if I hit the wall, I insta-die. Thankfully, I didn't get propelled into the wall this time. Go into that vent, get some more sequencers. They're pretty much those mines that I was collecting, that I used in the previous level. I killed that Trandoshan for his concussion rifle, which is pretty much a AoE blaster rifle. It's really helpful in the next level. And here I do a rocket force jump right there to avoid having to ride that elevator. Unfortunately, this elevator's too long for that, so I gotta wait a little bit.
You can do some donations here as well.
Great. Well, I have one that might be directed. $50 from Star Logic. First time donating. Good luck on the JK Run Piper. Don't forget the concussion rifle. About time we got JK at this marathon. Thanks for the $50, JK.
Pretty much I just force jump all the way to the top. I use all my force and force speed, just enough. So I was counting those red and white checker marks. There's 7 of them that I have to count before I get to the end. And then that's pretty much the end of the level.
Yeah, it's also something really cool to note, is that all these force powers are actually mapped out perfectly so that by the end of the level you've used every bit of speed, every bit of jump, like everything that you could possibly use. It's all from the same pool, but each one has their own value of how much force that they use. And you'll see as we get some more force powers coming out in the run here shortly.
So this level pretty much is the main reason why I need the concussion rifle. There's a bunch of force fields I have to, okay, that's cool. I have to shoot so I can progress, and they're really small, so it's a lot easier to go up there and shoot them with an AoE kind of gun like that. I also have to be careful, my health's kind of low. And I'm also gotta shoot these force fields just so I can progress and turn off that fan. And I'm also gonna float into this window instead of taking the elevator, because the elevator actually takes a long time. It saves about 7 seconds. You have to wait for it to go down, so it's easier just to fly through that window. And this is the end of the level. It's time for the second boss fight. And I also put one in the force scene. This little boss right here, they're little brothers or something. The little one likes to go invisible, so that I put that extra force point in there just so I can see him.
They're really cute.
Yeah. He's got a big lightsaber.
Literally every boss in this game is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Look at it. Both of them.
Kyle doesn't even have arms.
Big ugly and little ugly. I can't take it.